Hello, everyone, and welcome to this regular meeting of the Oregon State Board of Education. It's great to be back partially in person. Some of us are here at the Public Service Building in Salem, and some of us are hybrid. So welcome to everyone. And we'll get started with Corey calling the roll.
Student Advisor Caroline Gao.
Here.
Student Advisor Emily Zoe.
Here.
Superintendent Advisor Paul Coakley.
Here.
Teacher Advisor Mona Khalil.
Here.
Director Shimiko Montgomery.
Here.
Director Gustavo Morales.
Present.
Thank you, Director Morales. Director George Russell.
Here.
Second Vice Chair Bridget Wheeler.
Here.
Vice Chair Jennifer Scurlock.
Here.
Chair Martina Zapata.
Here.
And ODE Director Colt Gill.
Here.
Well, thank you so much, Corey. As a reminder, board member reports provide us an opportunity. We're going to move on to the board member reports. And as a reminder, our board member reports provide us an opportunity to share events, thoughts, and feelings with each other and with the public. Each director speaks on their own behalf and shares their own perspectives. And so we'll go ahead and get started. And as has been our past practice, we'll start with our board advisors. And first on our list are our student board advisors. Emily, would you like to start us off?
Yes, for sure. Thank you, Chair Martina Zapata. So as we're sort of approaching the end of the calendar year, Carolyn and I were talking last night actually about sort of refocusing on our priorities for the new year, even though I think for a lot of students, sort of the end of the calendar year is not very definitive. I think we more focus on the end, and especially now that I'm sort of into my senior year, I'm definitely looking forward to graduation in June, but it also gives me a lot of time to reflect on sort of my past 4 years in high school. But moving forward in my position as a student advisor on the board, I really wanted to talk about some priorities and values that I'm holding very close as we sort of move forward. Really focusing on equity and mental health, especially as a lot of students are approaching finals season. I think it's important to really emphasize accessibility for students and making sure that our education system works for every single student, regardless of, income levels, varying ability levels, etc. And really understanding that every student's experience at home impacts their ability to study for these finals, ability to learn, and as well as in the classroom. For me, I've been diagnosed with attention deficit recently, and that's really impacted the way that I'm able to study for a lot of exams. And I think it's really been highlighted over the past month or so as we're preparing for, a week full of exams where you have to sort of sit in a classroom for an hour and a half and not fidget or do anything our education system really has sort of some progress to make when it comes to making sure that we're being accessible for every single student. Additionally, talking about social emotional learning, which I talked about in my last report, I think teaching students about stress management is really important from, college applications to finals and just sort of the general everyday stress. I think also it's important to note that the holidays can be a very stressful time for a lot of students as sort of we reach a 2-week break where they're not able to be at school, which is a safe space for a lot of students. And also, family conflict can bring a lot of stress and emotional issues to a student. So I think really focusing on that and just generally giving a reminder that school is not just a place for students to learn or take exams or read books, but it's also very much a safe space for students to explore their own identities, to build community, and to just prepare them for the future in so many different ways. As I look back on my high school career, I'm really grateful for the teachers and administrators who were able to not only teach me, math or English or things like that, but also the importance of community and the importance of sort of prioritizing my own well-being, which sort of leads me to my own personal like resolutions, I guess, moving into the new year, which is refocusing on my own goals and well-being. For example, definitely prioritizing sleep, which I need to be doing a lot more. Looking forward to that over break, but also prioritizing family and friends, especially like looking toward next school year where I really have no idea where I'm going to end up or what I'm going to be doing, really being grateful for what I have now and the community that I have now, as well as sort of embracing that very unclear future and all the opportunities that lie ahead of me, and really appreciating the opportunities that I've already been given, for example, this position, and really just, again, like focusing on maintaining optimism, which has been a little bit difficult, but maintaining optimism as we move forward, and sort of the endless opportunities that I have in the next school year as well as beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's as per usual, I think the feedback from students gives us a really fresh perspective on and pulse on what's happening in schools for students. So I really appreciate that. It is a time of stress and hopefully a time to recover as well. Thank you so much. Caroline.
Of course, thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. And in terms of the things I wanted to share, a lot of it is, as Emily mentioned, just going over some of the values and priorities that I wanted to just refocus on. And for me, civic education is definitely at the top of my mind right now. Obviously, we just had some very, very consequential midterm elections, and they did have, in Oregon at least, better than usual youth turnout rates. So they're still around like 30%, which is not ideal. And obviously civic engagement goes so far beyond just turning out to vote. It goes into being able to empathize with people who have different civic perspectives than you. It's being able to have civic discourse about issues that matter so that we can understand people who are different than us and actually be able to come to solutions about those issues that are so divisive for us. And I think it's good a time as any to remember that education is not just, as Emily mentioned, about memorizing formula as you're taking tests. It's about raising civically engaged and informed citizens who are ready and able and excited about making their society better through civic engagement. And I think that's just something that I want to focus on, especially right now. I'm involved in an organization called Youth in Government, where we do basically a mock state legislature program. And I'm currently the youth governor, so I get to really try to do everything I can to expand that program to as many students as possible and give them that same opportunity to really experience democracy by simulating it. And I think it's really important in our government classes, in our social studies classes, that there is that experiential application. You are writing your own mock bill, where you are having those debates in class, where you're applying that knowledge from your textbook into real life situations, because there's already so much intellectual development and ideological diversity within one classroom. And I think making sure we fully unlock and leverage that as a learning tool is really important. And another thing that I wanted to just touch on is just cultural education and inclusion in general. There's obviously a lot that goes into having a culturally inclusive school environment. And of course, there's been lots of work recently with ODE on ethnic studies, which I think is very, very exciting, in making sure that we have classes where we are centering these narratives that have historically just been left out of our curriculum, where we see that our stories are represented and taught in an appropriate way and just being portrayed as just as important as the stories of other people who have historically been represented in our curriculum. But in addition to ethnic studies, I think it's also important to remember we need to integrate our stories into every class, into our social studies classes, into our language classes. At my school personally, like, we have definitely been trying, I think, to incorporate more equitable practices, but sometimes the attempts to like incorporate diverse stories or celebrating different heritage months result in like our once a week career education class having a like 10-minute crash course video on like Latin American revolutions, which I think is not really the appropriate way to approach it. I think for cultural education and inclusion to not be performative, it has to involve students. It has to be driven by what students are saying is what they need, and it has to be integrated in every level into our education, where if we have to learn about this historical figure, then we should also have to learn about this historical figure who also represents our identities and stories, and whose story hasn't historically been told by our curriculum. So I just have been thinking about that a lot, so I wanted to raise that. And similarly to Emily, I also have been doing a lot of reflecting this year, and just wanted to kind of express gratitude for all of these opportunities, including having the opportunity to be here. And I mean, like, this is kind of random, but yesterday I was just having a really, really rough day, and I haven't been getting much sleep lately. And there's just been a lot of stressful things. I've been one of my teachers, my band teacher, who has been my teacher for 4 years, like, took the time to stop and ask me if I was okay and what was going on, and just give me a space to talk through what I was going through. And that helped me a lot that day and like throughout this week. And I think it just really reiterates the importance of just supporting and retaining and providing, living wages and adequate benefits to brilliant, caring teachers who are really invested in the success of the entire child, and making sure we keep these amazing people in our education system for long periods of time so they can develop these kinds of relationships with us where we really feel safe with them and we feel supported by them is very important, and something I just want to keep in our minds as we approach this. Thank you.
Thank you. And this, folks, is why student advisors are so valuable. This is the wealth of having all advisors to the board, but students in particular. Civic engagement tugs at my own heartstrings, and I so appreciate that that you addressed just that little small piece of your statement too, or used your platform to talk about civic engagement, the cornerstone of democracy. And so if we are not civically engaged, there is no democracy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your words and your thinking. Okay, thank you so much. And teacher advisor, Monica Leo.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. And thank you, student advisors. I love to hear the perspective of students always in my own classroom and just all around. So again, I can't believe it's the end of 2022, but my students have come a long way since September. They're learning to use their words to communicate. That was really tough in the beginning. They are working cooperatively in groups and collaborating. I'm just continuously impressed with their resilience and excitement for learning. We have built a safe, welcoming, and inclusive learning community. I make it a priority to get to know my students and their families and just celebrate their backgrounds and their culture and try to bring that in as much as possible in instruction. And I'm really excited. I'll be attending a winter concert for my students later this evening. So really looking forward to that. We just finished up parent, student, teacher conferences. We call them partnership days now, which is a great word, I think, compared to conferencing. I was able to meet with all of my students' families, which probably has never happened in my teaching career. And I think many did attend in person, but I think offering that virtual piece was great. And we didn't do that pre-COVID. And so we didn't have a lot of parents who could attend because some took some time off of work. Some were meeting during their workday in a separate space. And so I just loved seeing that because families do want to communicate and partner up with us, but sometimes they're just not able to because of their busy schedules or home lives. So I hope we can continue to offer more tools, options, and resources to bridge the gaps in education and ensure that our underserved students and families have the necessary accommodations to participate in other school events and activities. So we're always having these discussions when we have back to school night or, book fair or any type of family participation night. A lot of time we have the same families who attend and the same families who don't attend. And we need to look at why and what can we do as a school district, as a community to bring our families in and welcome them and make them feel important. So that's something that we still have a lot of work to do with. And on a positive note, I'm happy to report that I'll be participating in my district's math curriculum adoption this school year. So the Oregon Math Project cornerstones require that school districts and adoption committees look at materials and resources using the equity lens and ensure that instructional materials are culturally responsive and represent all students. And that's something that is a passion of mine, and I feel like that's lacking at the moment in our curriculum. And so I'm really excited to be a part of that and represent the elementary teachers in my district. We still have a lot of work to do to accomplish all of those goals, and but I'm very hopeful. I do feel overwhelmed and discouraged at times. We're still struggling to fill positions, which means we're not meeting the needs of our students academically and socially. And staff are taking on additional roles and responsibilities. Teachers in my school districts right now they're working without a contract, and it makes us feel unheard and unappreciated. I'm hopeful that we'll come to a fair agreement soon, but educators are not asking for too much. We want the necessary tools and time to plan and deliver quality instruction without having to spend our weekends and time off, as well as our own money to meet the needs of our students. That shouldn't be something, it's not a requirement, but that's what we have to do to make sure that we get our job done at the moment. I'd like to end on a positive note and say that I'm continually impressed with ODE and the school board's work. I appreciate the effort and dedication and know that our partnership will yield good results. So thanks for the opportunity to share and be a part of this impressive group. And I'm proud to have a voice here and be able to give input. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me see, let me find my place here because I just lost my place. Thank you so much, Teacher Advisor Mona Khalil. And congratulations on that partnership with all of the parents. That is such a great accomplishment to be able to talk with and see and meet with all of the parents and the families of the students. I do hope that the pandemic and the adjustments that we've gone through have given us some tools, have taught us some good lessons and given us some tools to work around some of the limitations that we've had in the past. So thank you so much. It's really great to hear that you're capitalizing on that. Superintendent Advisor Paul Coakley.
Good morning, board members. At Multnomah ESD, we're in the final stages of vetting our draft strategic plan. It was a process that began a year ago with an equity audit, and then we used the equity audit to guide our plan. And so our plan is a 5-year plan that's created to support students, families, and districts across the region while really holding educational and racial equity at the heart of everything we do. And so our plan has 3 key areas, and I will just share with you on a high level what those areas are and what they mean. And so the first goal of our plan is creating a high quality learning experience for all. And that's about making sure that all students have a sense of belonging, inclusion, they are supported, and that we're really promoting academic, personal, and social success for every student. The second focus area for our plan is operationalizing systems that engage and empower our community. And that's centered around continuous improvement, but it's also really centered in elevating the voices of racial and ethnically underserved represented communities. And what does that look like for each one of our programs? And how do we really bring those voices into the space and make sure that we are using them to guide the work we're doing? The last goal that's our focus area is building a culturally responsive workforce. And this is about making sure that our staff reflects the diverse community we serve, but it's also about eliminating and policies, practices, and procedures that place barriers on the work we're doing to recruit, retain, and support educators. And so on another note, last week I was able to attend the Association of Educational Service Agencies National Conference in Atlanta. And our team at MESD presented on our Grow Your Own work that we're doing in Multnomah County, which is called Multnomah Educator Rising. And I won't spend a lot of time on the presentation, but what I wanted to do was briefly highlight some of the participation data from Multnomah Educator Rising, because I feel like it's hopeful in the alignment of the state's goal of recruitment, retention, and diversity. And so our program currently serves 212 rising educators. 50% of those educators are paraeducators that are employed in districts. 36% are high school students that are interested in going to college and getting teacher licensure. 14% are community members that are working towards licensure. And then 100% of those participants are either Black, Indigenous, or people of color. 2/3 of our participants are bilingual. And so what I would like to do is put in the chat the website for Multnomah Educator Rising, so you guys can see that and take a look at the work that's happening with the program that we launched a few years back. Lastly, I just wanted to update the board that COSA superintendents and administrators are really focused on the work of ensuring adequate state funding for K-12 schools. And based on the tentative state budget released on Tuesday, the minimal 2.3 increase in the next biennium doesn't allow districts to maintain their current service level. It adds barriers and obstacles, issues and pitfalls to the momentum and the progress that we have seen across the state in addressing learning loss, staff retention, educator turnover, and staff morale. And we've worked so hard to do that in this new educational landscape since we've moved outside the pandemic a bit. And so I really want to keep that progress going and keep supporting students, keep doing the positive work. And to do that, we need adequate state funding. So I appreciate the opportunity to share, and that concludes my superintendent's report.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Advisor Paul Coakley. I mean, I could say so many things about everything that you've shared. And first and foremost, congratulations. I am always thankful, appreciative, grateful, and so proud of work that any school district is doing on the path of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I do hope that the comments about the investment in education make it to everyone's ears in the state of Oregon and across the nation. We can't be a democratic society without investment in education. We can't be a functional society without investment in education. And so thank you for that work as well in advocating for the reinvestment of funding in education.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now Ryan Mann on behalf of Treasurer Reed, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone. And Madam Chair, I have to say after that last comment, I'm here on behalf of the Chief Investment Officer in the state, and I think he would agree that the best investment we can make is in education. So amen to that comment. I have well, and one other comment I wanted to follow up on one of the student advisors and just mention to Caroline that youth government was one of my favorite memories from high school. So I really appreciate you sharing that, and I'm glad to hear you're doing it. And thanks to both the student advisors for your service on this board and for your comments today. So 2 updates from Treasury that are relevant here, although it may not sound relevant as I start to share it. Hopefully I can tie it in. So folks may have seen last month, Treasurer Reed announced his support for decarbonizing the Oregon Public Employee Pension Fund by transitioning to a net zero carbon emission investment portfolio that's in alignment with the Paris Climate Agreement. So this pledge was the first step in what will be a comprehensive effort to address the impacts of climate change on the funds that Treasury manages. And that's on behalf of every public employee in the state. So the Treasurer knows that these investments represent the current and future fixed incomes for hundreds of thousands of Oregonians, including everyone from classified school district staff to teachers to ODE employees. And the Treasurer takes his fiduciary duty very seriously. So he knows the median PERS pension is about $26,000. So, this is fixed income for a lot of retired folks in the state. And the intent is to craft a plan that anticipates the risk presented by climate change while also maximizing returns for public servants in the state. An important part of what the Treasurer announced is that beneficiary and stakeholder input is an essential part of the plan that will be developed over the next year. So there's a lot of details to be worked out, and I'm happy to answer questions here or offline about what that plan will look like, and certainly encourage folks to engage in the beneficiary and stakeholder outreach efforts as the plan is developed. The second update is related to the Oregon College Savings Plan. We actually had a record year last year, bringing in $297 million in contributions to more than 131,000 accounts across the state. So, it's encouraging to see that folks had a little bit of extra money over the last year. A lot of that went into saving for the future. And thanks in part to the record-setting contributions, the College Savings Plan just announced last week a reduction in fees related to investment management, a 20% reduction in those fees. So more of the money saved in those plans will go towards post-secondary education and training, and less will go towards fees. I know I've mentioned many times in the past, but I have to take every opportunity I can to talk about our education savings credit, which the legislature passed in 2019. So we're now a couple years into the existence of the first refundable tax credit in the country that's designed to help low and moderate income families save for education and training after high school. And just as a reminder, the credit is available to everyone saving in the state. Up to $300 can be refunded on the tax, on your tax return. But it's specifically designed so that families with incomes under $30,000 actually receive 100% match on their contributions via tax refund, and families with incomes between $30,000 and $70,000 receive a 50% tax refund, and it's a tiered scale from there. So it's specifically designed to try to help folks who need it most set some money aside for the future. So as we approach the end of the year, it's a popular time to make those contributions and get them in this tax year. So just want to encourage any folks who might be listening to think about making those contributions or setting up an account, and also happy to answer questions about that. Those are my updates for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Always appreciate the advocacy and the progress that we're making in college savings plan, the state's college savings plan. It's so important to make that accessible, that tool accessible, and that possibility accessible to as many families as possible. And now, on behalf of Secretary Fagan, Nikki Fisher is here with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to just say, Emily and Caroline, I'm just blown away by your testimony. The whole time I was just thinking, holy smokes, we are so lucky to have such incredible youth advisors. So I just wanted to take a moment of personal privilege and just recognize your excellency, your voices, and just thank you for being a part of that conversation today. I am the Civic and Election Education Director, and I'm glad to represent Secretary of State Fagan today. I'll provide a brief update. First, the secretary is excited to announce that she was named a Hunt Keen Leadership Fellow by the Hunt Institute as a member of its 9th cohort. The Hunt Keen Institute was established in 2001, and the Hunt Institute honors the legacy of James B. Hunt Jr., who is the former governor of North Carolina, who distinguished himself as an ardent champion of education. The secretary joined this as part of her commitment to being a leader and champion for education. The Institute brings together people and resources to inspire and inform elected officials and policymakers about key issues in education, resulting in visionary leaders who are prepared to take strategic action for greater educational outcomes and student success. Before heading to the first convening this week, Secretary shared this message. Education helped me break the cycle of poverty in my family. And as a Hunt Keen Leadership Fellow, I want to learn what it takes to make an education a ladder for all students in Oregon. Emily McLean, who usually represents the secretary, is joining her at the fellowship, and they are excited to bring back what they learned to support the students, educators, and families of Oregon. They started yesterday off hearing from Arne Duncan, the United States Secretary under President Obama. And the topics this week will include early childhood services, the science of early development, childcare, curriculum, standards and assessment, and school funding. Second, the secretary released the second biennial performance audit of Measure 98 High School Success Program this week. The Oregon Department of Education continues to effectively implement the high school program created by the passage of Measure 98. And according to an audit released, the third audit of the state's K-12 education system released in 2022. Third, the secretary will be testifying this afternoon in the House Rules Committee to share reflections, lessons, challenges, and opportunities that came out of the 22 general election. And we are closing in on the final certification of election next week. She will share information about our efforts to combat and not just debunk, but instead pre-bunk with the public service announcement campaign. The secretary is very proud of the significant impact these efforts had. We will share more information in the next meeting and hope folks will watch the secretary's presentation this afternoon at 2:30. And I'm personally proud to have been a part of the work around the PSAs. This is the first year we ran a public service announcement campaign to debunk false information and provide education to Oregon voters. We aired a PSA on television, video, radio, and podcasts throughout the state in English, Spanish, Chinese, Vietnamese, Somali, and Russian. The efforts had over 8.8 million views and impressions, and we're proud of this work and hope to continue to educate Oregonians about the Oregon election process. To tune in, feel free to look at the Oregon House Rules Committee, and I encourage folks to tune in to the testimony today to learn more. Lastly, I wanted to share exciting information about the Oregon Kid Governor Program. I'm the supervisor of that program, and we're excited to announce the new Kid Governor is Leah Andrus from Hawksview Elementary in Sherwood. Her platform is Ending Bullying with Kindness, and her inauguration will take place on January 11th in the Oregon Capitol, and we are thrilled to be able to host it in the Senate chambers. We are hoping to be able to share that inauguration out live on YouTube. And this year we had another record-breaking turnout. In 2020, we had 42 classrooms participate. Last year, we had 97 classrooms participate. And this year we had 127 classrooms participate, which is around 3,300 students. And we were really excited to see the program grow. We had participation in Klamath Falls, to Eagle Point, to Eugene, to Bend, to LeGrand, to Seaside, to the metro area. And we're just really thrilled to see this exciting civic education program grow. Thank you. That's my update.
Thank you so much, Nikki, and bravo on the debunking misinformation campaign. I think it's a great responsibility that we have. It's so easy for misinformation to creep in, especially around elections. So I'm so appreciative of that work as well. Director George Russell.
Thank you. Chair Martinez Zapata. I'll be brief. I just have a couple of remarks to make. first I want to say, while I don't get into schools or even into districts as much as I usually do, I still have a number of connections that I have the opportunity to interact with who work in schools, who work in school districts and so forth. And I have to say, I so much appreciate the voice of the students and our advisors, particularly those who are directly associated with schools. And I continue to be impressed with the fact that our schools, in spite of some of the outside pressures and issues that are going on both in our society and in our state and in our school districts, continue to move on and be so resilient. It just constantly amazes me. I do get occasionally the chance to walk into a school and to talk to students and interact with teachers and so forth. And I'm just so impressed with the work that they do. And in spite of the last 3 years or so, how forward-looking they are and how much they believe that things can and will get better and that they will make a difference. And I just have to say hurrah to all of you. And as we look forward to this winter break, I hope it's a chance for all the educators to take the opportunity to refresh, to redefine maybe what they're doing and how they're doing and how it will help them be even better and more resilient as times go forward. So I need to say that. The second thing I want to say, and I was going to spend a little bit of time, Chair Martinez Zapata and I got the opportunity to attend the Oregon School Boards Association conference, I think a couple of weeks ago or so maybe. And it was an interesting conference. For the first time, they didn't actually have a printed agenda. And you had to download the program onto your iPhone and then select what options you were going to go to. And there were just a couple of things I wanted to make note of. And they had several keynote speakers, and I won't spend a lot of time on. One that was interesting to me was a gentleman named Ravi, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing the last name. Hutising, I think is the name, but he was the grandnephew of Jawaharlal Nehru, and also the cousin of former Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi. And he spoke about his journey. And it's interesting because he had come from kind of a background of a musician and playing in a band and transformed that into working with education and kind of starting a school of his own and so forth. And he was one of the keynote speakers. Another thing that I want to mention is that there were several sessions. One was the legislative session that I got to attend to. And it's an important one because the Oregon School Boards Association is looking forward to what kind of legislative ideas they want to put forth for this coming legislature. And I know they're working closely with the department and with other partners to focus on changes. And obviously one of the key ones is the one that Chair Martinez Zapata mentioned and was also mentioned by others in terms of school funding and how we continue to make sure that we move forward on funding for public education in the state of Oregon. So if you're interested in what transpired or some of the sessions that occurred, let me know and I can send you electronically some of the material. I do want to mention that one of the things that also they do is have regional meetings where board members from different regions get together and talk about kind of local issues for their particular area. And the one that I went to was the Lane County region. And that was all the school districts represented by the Lane County area. And Director Gill was the primary speaker and shared with him what the department was doing and some of the things going forward that the department will be focusing on. So that was good. And then the last thing I'll say is that the OSBA in the next month or so will be finalizing its strategic plan. I noticed that we're looking at our strategic plan and goals going forward. And they're doing the same thing and trying to do it with an equity lens and wrapped around equity as a core value in moving forward on that. So that's kind of what I've been doing, and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Russell. And yes, I always appreciate the positive notes that Director Russell and former Director Jerry Colonna always brought to the state board and our meetings as well. So very, very thankful for that.
Can I
Yes.
add one other thing?
Sure.
One other beautiful moment that I had written down here, and as usual, I write things down and then I forget about them. One other beautiful moment that I do want to mention is one of the most valuable pieces, I think, is the luncheon where the awards are presented to the outstanding educators of the year. And our own chair, Guadalupe Martinez Zapata, got the opportunity and did such a great job of presenting the Teacher of the Year award. And it was amazing. And she did an outstanding job, and it was very good to see her up there. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And an honor, of course, to welcome the new Teacher of the Year for our state. So yes, thank you so much. It was a great opportunity at the state board, or rather the OSBA convention. And I look forward to giving my own few comments on that. For now, moving on to Director Gustavo Morales.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Great. Thank you, Chair Zapata. It is great to be here today and an honor to be with all of you. I don't know if I have much more to say than what I've already shared. All the comments I would echo. I've made.
Gustavo, can I interrupt? Can I interrupt you really quick, Gustavo? I'm having a hard time capturing everything that you're saying, and I'm not sure if it's our connection, your connection. But if you could speak maybe a little bit louder into your microphone, that would be very helpful, if possible.
Okay, let me try making a quick change.
Maybe it's the connection. Can you still hear us? Gustavo, I believe you're on mute.
Is this any better?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Chair Zapata. And it's a pleasure to be here with everyone and a great honor. I don't know if I have much else to say other than what's already been shared. I may say things a little bit differently. When it comes to working with students in the K-12 system, I highly believe that this is where these students develop the principles, the practices, and the essential tools and skills that they'll be using to be successful, not only in education, but throughout their entire life. And as we're moving forward with creating the strategic plan for ODE, creating the principles and policies, and really focusing on civic engagement. But I will emphasize on the civic engagement, it's about making strategic investments with our legislators and our policies to ensure that the students have the opportunities that they need to be successful. And that all starts here. And as we're moving forward, ensuring that all the students have equitable access to the programming so that they can have the fundamental stepping stones that they need to be able to get to that position so that they can be successful long-term, regardless of what their journey and their opportunity is. I also agree that there needs to be strategic investments into capacity building for strengthening the education system, which could include and or be increasing the livable wages for teachers and educators, creating incentives for folks who are interested in pursuing education, longer term strategic investments in the K-12 system to encourage pursuit of becoming an educator. And I mean, the list can go on, but the point is strategic investments to ensure that we have the capacity to be able to provide the access to all the services to all the communities that we seek to serve. And more importantly, being able to create a space where families can then pass on those practices and principles in their own households. The children that we are serving today will be parents and families of the children of tomorrow. And if we're able to instill strong practices in them, we're hoping that that will create a sustainable way to be able to continue to pass those practices on long-term to ensure the success of the families, not just for tomorrow, but for the future.
Thank
Those
you.
will be my remarks.
Thank you so much, Director Gustavo Morales, for those remarks. Absolutely. I think you echo the sentiment that many of us have already shared, and I certainly am behind the same sentiments. We are investing in our future. Okay, so Director Shamiko Montgomery is next.
Good morning, everyone. I just got an email just a little bit ago this morning saying that the OSBA has given me a scholarship to go to the NSBA conference this spring in early April. I think that's through the Color Caucus. Actually, if you all are not a part of the Color Caucus, I highly suggest you connect with them because they're a fantastic group of folks. But if anybody else is going to the NSBA conference this spring, please let me know. I'd love to connect with you and go together. I went to the conference last spring and it was really helpful as a local school board member. And so in this next round, I'm really adding this extra role and this extra hat, attending the entire conference with this lens, I think will be really wonderful and a totally different experience. So I'd love to attend sessions with any one of you, if anyone else is going. It's really best, I found, when you go to these conferences to have a colleague in that same role alongside with you, because it's hard to absorb that information and not have someone to share and converse about what you've learned. So it'd be great if someone else could join me and is willing to go. It's in Orlando, so it's pretty far away, but I think it'd be quite fun to go somewhere warm. What else was I going to say? I do want to share one last thing. We are seeing, and particularly in the Central Oregon region, a continued rise in anti-LGBTQ efforts. And I worry often about this community, and I just continue to think about how we as a board can support LGBTQ students, staff, and families feel welcome, safe, and celebrated, seen, acknowledged, and known within our schools. I think this is a critical part of being inclusive. And I don't see all of our schools and districts able to do this well. So just how can we better support those students and staff and families? And this is something that I continue to think about. So hopefully we can continue to strengthen that part of our education system.
Thank you, Director Shamiko Montgomery. I recently saw somewhere in the news that I believe it was the Department of State issued a warning to the LGBTQIA+ community for precautions on their safety in the country. To have something like that happening in a nation like ours is sad. It's a despicable moment when we have to warn a certain segment of our population to take care of themselves because of the rise in crime against their demographic. So I kindly appreciate your words and do support, agree, and advocate, plead to everyone for us to be more cognizant, be more careful, be more assertive in the work that we are doing to protect our LGBTQIA+ students and teachers. Thank you so much, Director Shamika Montgomery. Director Kimberly Howard Wade is excused today, so we will move to Second Vice Chair Bridget Wheeler.
Good morning. My board report today is inspired by my 11-year-old sons, and it's centered in my own parent experience. This season brings forward an emotional journey for many of us parents as we engage in parent and teacher conferences. Parent-teacher conferences create such a different, diverse experience for each parent or guardian. It's sort of like rides in an amusement park. Some parents love it, it's exhilarating, and some of us walk away emotional and feeling defeated. As a parent of 4 children, I've experienced all of the thrills, joys, and most recently, the trauma and emotional roller coaster of these conferences, especially after applying every tool I have in my emotional toolbox. My board report today is a reminder for all of us, parents and educators, that schools are here to provide the best education and achievement opportunities for our children. And for that, there must be measurement tools and assessments. But alongside that, even when the test scores are low, and as a parent, you're having your child's future flash before your eyes, remember that this is just one piece of who your child is and who they will become. While it is impossible for an educator to know everything there is about a child, they're certainly exposed to their potential. Every student has the potential to do great things, contribute to society, and be successful. And all of those attributes should be honored as well. Thank you to all of the educators and administrators that are already doing this. But I hope to bring light to the imperative need for this balance at conferences for the educators that have not included this whole child context. It might just help the balance of emotions of parents and families as they walk out of your classroom door, and also help center the feeling of welcomeness and inclusion that parents need to walk back in the door. So that's my board report today, and thank you for the opportunity always to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Second Vice Chair Bridget Wheeler. Yes, it is a whole child that we are considering, and an assessment or a number of assessments are certainly not the only thing that counts for any given child. Thank you so much for your words. Vice Chair Jennifer Spurlock.
Hello, everyone. It's so good to see all of you. I am so sorry. I'm battling something here, a little virus, and so I needed to stay home, but it's great to be here with all of you via Zoom. I also wanted just to briefly share, thank you so much to student representatives, Sharing, Emily, and Caroline. I just really appreciate you all. And I wanted to just briefly share some of my experiences this term that have just been beautiful and all connected to my students. I have the pleasure of teaching Ethnic Studies 101, so through college now, and AP English Language and Composition, English 11, and then also English 12. And this term, as we build relationships together, students had a chance to not only learn a lot of amazing things, especially through ethnic studies, but also to do a deep dive projects. And I wanted to just share with you their deep dive project topics and their many presentations that they gave on November 28th, November 29th, and November 30th. One of the topics is, what is the homeless crisis and why is it important to address racial and gender disparity within it? Another topic, limited abortion access directly, how it impacts people of color. The next one is conspiracy theories spread by far-right messages of fear. The next one, how have humans affected the climate and how has climate affected us? And that included redlining and pollutions in high areas of not only poverty, but areas where many people of color reside. The next topic is why the Equal Justice Initiative and prison reform is important. So that's Brian Stevenson's work. The next one was current mass incarceration of African-American men and why it's still an issue. The next one, the impact of drug policy in the United States. The next one, health problems in the Northern Arapaho people. The next one, the lack of awareness surrounding missing and murdered Indigenous women. The next one, how is environmental racism affecting the people of today? The next one, the history of housing segregation, who is affected by these systems, and what are some of the long-lasting negative effects of these separations? The next topic, suicide rates and LGBTQ+ youth. The next topic, police brutality against people of color. The next topic, the cause of disproportionate rates of Black American incarceration. The next topic, the debate of Black history education in America and discussions on critical race theory. The next topic, sexism and children's media. The next topic, the colonization of tattooing. The next topic, the misuse of philanthropy in our nation. The next topic, racism against the Latino community. The next topic, the risks of language barriers in healthcare. The next topic, child abuse and its impact on people of color. The next topic, mental health in athletes. The next topic, should false accusations be a punishable crime? And the last topic in presentation was Stonewall and its impact on the LGBTQ+ community. I wanted to specifically share these topics because these are topics that were chosen by my students and they wanted to learn more about these topics. And as an educator in our state, I have learned and continue to learn to step back, to provide opportunities for students to dive deep as far as all of the preparations in connection to college and for life outside of high school, but allow them opportunities to lead the way in what they want to learn about. And when I say that our students are brilliant, that they want to be great global citizens, that they really want to make a positive impact in the world, I want you to think about these topics that they picked, that they did a mini research paper on, and they gave a presentation on, all within an 11 to 12 week term. Amazing, amazing. I also wanted to share just the importance of listening and advocating for students around their concerns around racism, around their concerns around LGBTQ+, and around the hurts that they carry every single day when one of their loved ones or friends commits suicide. The last week of school, one of my precious kiddos came in, and I noticed that throughout the term, she had been putting her head down in class. I had the privilege of having her in my AP English Language and Composition class all last year. And I noticed this year she was really struggling. And part of the reason is because she and another classmate had a friend here in the Eugene area who was a phenomenal soccer player and played with them on the soccer team. And she committed suicide. And the impact that I saw that it had on our students was really hard, because part of it is because I knew the students. But the other part is, as a teacher, I wanted to help and protect and do what I could for those kiddos. And I understood the pain that they were carrying. And then the last week of school, one of my precious kiddos came and I said, "Hey, how are you doing? I noticed you've been struggling." And the tears began to flow. And she was able to share in a safe space how hard it was to try to motivate herself this term when she's missing her friend who took her life, and the struggle of wondering what she could have done as a kiddo to help her friend. I share these things because these are the things that our kids carry. And it's hard. And they don't understand why these things are happening around them, but they know that they're impacted by these things. My encouragement to us as a board is to continue to push academics, continue to help kids to create plans for outside of high school and all the elementary, middle school, high school level on through college. Let's continue to do that. But we must fight when it comes for racial social justice. We must fight when it comes for protecting our LGBTQ plus students. We must make clear stands and be unapologetic about providing voice for those who are oppressed, so that when they come to us, that they can share their burdens and we can lift them up when life gets hard, and life gets hard for kids. And that's all I wanted to share today. We are so blessed and honored as educators to work with the most amazing students, and they are shining and they are bright and they are doing awesome things. And we must continue to support them in every way that we can so that they can continue to shine and live healthy, happy, productive lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scurlock. Gosh, such an emotional report for a number of different reasons. One, I always end up wanting to be a student in your class. The shift, I could have never imagined from the day when I was a student to the topics that that you are allowing and creating an environment to have students be able to freely speak on. All the accolades to every teacher in the state of Oregon, and all it takes sometimes, as Director Gustavo Morales named, is naming some things in order for them to actually become a reality in our universe. Our teachers need that recognition. They don't just need recognition, they need compensation. They need assistance, they need support, they need help in our school districts. So thank you so much for sharing the work that you do and the level of the depth of reach that it has on our students, on our future. I want to start out. Buenos días a todos y mis mejores deseos de salud y bienestar. Ahora que nos aproximamos al recreo anual de fin de año. Si su familia viaja en estas vacaciones, les deseo un viaje seguro, acogedor y repleto de gozo familiar. Si se quedan en casa, también les deseo mucha prosperidad y descanso. Ha sido un año pesado, pero en muchas formas no tan pesado como los que hemos pasado en la historia reciente del mundo. Mi mayor agradecimiento a todos ustedes dentro de la Secretaría, en las escuelas y los hogares del Estado que brindan su apoyo a los niños del Estado. I hope everyone is holding on strong in the fight against all these upper respiratory infections that are going around. As a person who's been strongly impacted by COVID, I empathize with school employees trying to stay healthy so that you can continue your essential functions in schools throughout the state. And I also empathize with students who are also hanging on tight in getting through a season of illness so that you can continue to learn. I wanted to share a significant experience with you, a couple of them with you this morning. One, November was a busy month. I had the opportunity to attend the statewide Migrant Education Conference early in November. And as a person, as a product, as a recipient of migrant education services, I can't tell you how important and how rewarding it was also to see the continuity of those services for our students in our state. To know that we have one of the highest migrant student populations in the country also means that we need to dedicate time, we need to dedicate money, we need to dedicate efforts to our migrant education services. That was a great opportunity, and seeing the attendance, involvement of parents, teachers, and administrators alike was very rewarding. The second experience that I wanted to share with you about was the convention that I attended for the Oregon School Boards Association, along with my colleague, Director Russell. It speaks to the collaboration that I think is so vital, as you'll see in our strategic plan, is so vital for state education agencies, bureaucracies, committees, commissions that work on behalf of education in the state. I think that collaboration is so important. So I was very proud to represent the state board at the convention this year. There were many takeaways from the convention. I'm inspired by the labor that OSBA staff and leadership put forth in bringing hundreds of volunteer school board members together with the goal of learning, professional development, and generative discourse. One of my greatest takeaways is that only through dialogue can we recognize and bridge differences and misconceptions between local school leaders, their constituents, school staff, and teachers, and the numerous educational agencies in the state. We don't work independently. Without collaboration amongst all of us, this system, education in our state, does not work. Not understanding the role, the function, limitations, and strengths of the other can prove catastrophic. There are also examples of great work that is happening at the local levels. Some of the sessions that I was able to attend had to do with comprehensive counseling school plans in the state and their development. The work that is being done around that is admirable. Assessment, a session on assessment, a session on minimizing non-attendance and engagement for students throughout in one specific school district in the state, and the success that that district has had in increasing student attendance and engagement. It was wonderful to see those successes and those collaborations being spoken about at the conference. My hope is that we continue to use venues like the OSBA convention to move forward in growth. I also want to share a bit about unintentional harm, which I think can only be interrupted if it's named. As difficult as that might be, empty or performative multiculturalism and assimilationism, while alluring, cannot be the goal of a diverse society. The doctrine of assimilationism is, after all, the genesis of some of our most sordid history, like boarding schools intended to erase indigeneity from the national landscape, our English-only school practices that punished and often continued to harm non-English speaking students. Assimilationism banks on the idea of American exceptionalism and the inferiority or deficit of non-Eurocentric characteristics. I think my nationality grants me many privileges around the world, and I recognize that. But I can't accept that it means others are less than me because I happen to be born in the United States. At the OSBA conference, I had the opportunity to listen to or hear two remarkable speakers. Both of them also happen to be BIPOC. To my dismay, both focused on personal success based on assimilationism. Both had great messages of inspiration that would have been an instant home run for audiences needing to hear stories of resilience and motivation. So their magnificent stories seemed out of place for an audience that needs to hear more about how to nurture the differences in their students, in their communities, versus how to motivate them, how to cheer them on, or how to coerce them into assimilating into something that erases who they are. And ultimately, these speakers, they delivered what they were asked to deliver. Even if their delivery was filled with stereotypes that lingered and were repeated over and over throughout the weekend. I have to recognize that they too, these speakers, are living and surviving the same framework that told them to assimilate or perish. I would be complicit in the perpetuation of that Eurocentric cultural hegemony if I didn't acknowledge their strengths, and similarly complicit if I merely stood by without asking that we be more thoughtful and more careful about the messages we move forward. I share this story with you as cause for interruption of harm that can be magnified and perpetuated. When we are leaders, we are the responsible ones. We have to learn, we have to be agile and vigilant of situations that can cause unintentional harm. We simply have to do better to change the paradigm that centers only whiteness, English, American exceptionalism, and assimilationism. Know better, do better. I am looking forward to today as well for sharing that fantastic thinking that the board brought forth for our strategic planning and the arduous labor of coalescing that thinking that our board administrator, Corey Rosenberg, has done. Before we get to the strategic planning priorities this afternoon, I want to make a tiny bit of time during this report to say that the priorities excuse me, document is merely a transcription and recognition of much of the work that the department has done to move forward the goals of the board. This doesn't mean that if we need to redirect, we won't ask for that as a board, though I can proudly say that the work of the department makes the responsibilities of the board an achievable and rewarding task. This document that we will see later then serves as the growth and continuity of your work and our collaborations. Thank you all, and let's move forward with that. And we will take a short break, 5 minutes, I believe, is what we've allotted. So if we can be back, oh yeah, we're a little bit behind, aren't we?
Let's do 3 or 4.
Let's do 3 or 4 minutes. How about 3 minutes? So let's be back at 10:39. Excuse me, please. I need a drink of water. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being with us again this morning. We will now move to the director report from ODE Director Colt Gill.
Right. Thank you, Chair. And we got a little bit of a late start this morning for some technology challenges, but I will try to get us back on track. I'll need to move pretty quickly. I actually have an 11 o'clock meeting with some of the governor's office staff this morning, so I'll need to exit for a few minutes then. And then again from noon to 2 for the Interagency Council on Houselessness. And we are in the middle of legislative days and also a transition in our governor. So I may be called out at different times to address challenges in those arenas. So this morning, though, what I do have for you is 4 topics. So an overview of the December legislative days that are happening currently. A little bit about the 2023 session that starts in January. A little bit about the gubernatorial transition, and then a little bit of information around the respiratory illnesses that are plaguing the state still in the country. So for December legislative days, we have folks that are presenting in 3 committees this week. So today we have some staff from EAC and ODE presenting on the House Bill 4030 educator workforce support, recruitment and retention grants. And then summer learning presentation from Michael Elliott, who has thankfully for 2 years in a row now led that effort to fund the summer learning programs. Tomorrow in the House Education Committee, I'll be sharing some information on early literacy efforts at the department and some of where we're at currently with early literacy outcomes. And our Chief of Staff, Cindy Hunt, will present to the Senate Veteran and Emergency Preparedness Committee on an overview of our support for military students and families. The 2023 legislative session is coming up. The organizational days, that's the time when new members are sworn in, where some of the bills are introduced, and committee membership is announced and leadership is announced. So that begins, sorry, I think that is supposed to be January 9th, not December 9th, that shows on the slide. And then January 17th is when the session actually begins, which is a few weeks earlier than it typically begins. So everybody's preparing. A lot of discussion from legislators and others about bills that they're planning to introduce, a lot of meetings with advocates happening. The other key times that you'll see during the legislative session, which is typically happens before, is that February 1st, the governor will release her recommended budget, and that will, of course, be shared with the legislature. On February 22nd, the state will release the March revenue forecast, which will impact how Ways and Means operates and how they look at the governor's recommended budget. And then they'll begin to very seriously plan the budget from the legislature. There are a couple of chamber deadlines when we begin to learn that bills may be dead if they haven't been introduced by these dates that are on here. April 4th and May 19th are key dates to get through first chamber and second chamber. So when they move from the House to the Senate or the Senate to the House. And then on May 17th, the June revenue forecast will come out, and that will be the last look at potential revenues that the legislature will get before they finalize the budget for the next biennium. They are constitutionally driven to complete the session by June 25th. That's also my birthday, so that makes me very excited. That's when that will end. But they'll be working hard over the next 6 months to make all this happen. ODE has a number of legislative concepts that we've developed in partnership with community over the last year plus for some of these. So this is a snapshot of those different bills. We had the opportunity to meet with Governor-elect Kotek yesterday so she could review these legislative concepts with us and help determine which one of these would move forward and we would advocate for. We also have several funding requests that we put in through policy option packages. One of those I wanted to relate back to what Dr. Coakley talked about. We do have a significant policy option package funding request for the state school fund. One that if accepted by Governor-elect Kotek or later on by the legislature, would immediately add another $650 million to the state school fund and create a system for inquiry and meetings with advocates, the Legislative Fiscal Office, the Chief Fiscal Office at DAS to begin to consider about $700 million beyond the $650. Beyond the bills that we put forward, the legislative concepts on the previous slides, we are going to see a lot of discussion around education this session. There will be discussion around school funding. This will be a tight funding session for the legislature, different than the last two. There are also a number of concerns around accountability in our school system and whether that still belongs at the local level or whether the state should have greater authority to hold districts accountable for services to students and families, and in some cases, educators as well. There will be discussion on the kind of data that we collect or don't collect at the agency as well. and providing some authority for that. I think we'll see some pretty expansive discussions around early literacy. That was one of Governor-elect Kotek's priorities for education during her campaign. And so I think we'll talk a bit about that and how that lines up and aligns with early learning expansion in Oregon. And then several other items in here, including universal meal provision for students. Just switching briefly to the gubernatorial transition. Governor-elect Tina Kotek has a team in place, a transition team that has been growing over the past few weeks. It's led by Tim Inman, who once served as her chief of staff when she was Speaker of the House up until about 2019. He's been working at the University of Oregon since that time, but he has stepped in to lead this transition effort, which includes a lot of meetings with the current governor and her team, with Department of Administrative Services and with agencies. They have different groups that are working on the governor-elect's budget, her legislative agenda, her work on key initiatives that she wants led through agencies, and also some agency reviews. So we're one of the handful of agencies that's been selected for a review by one of the work groups of the governor-elect that has put together. And we have submitted a little over 500 pages of documentation to that work group last week. And next Friday, I'll have the opportunity to answer questions to that group and share more information about the agency and what we've been working on. She also has a group that's working on agency leadership transition and, of course, hiring the permanent staff for her governor's office. Tuesday, this was for yesterday, Tuesday, the governor-elect met with the agency directors for Oregon, so about 80 agency directors and some other various staff. And she shared that she has a priority that agencies deliver services that Oregonians are counting on. She also stated that her initial policy focus is on housing, health, and education. So that's one of the reasons why our agency came up quickly for the agency review. She wants us to all work together to develop plans for her first 60, 90, 120 days in office to make sure that we're providing the services that she's looking for Oregonians. Again, Governor Brown's last day in office is January 9th, and the first day begins for Governor Kotek at that same time, and Governor Kotek publishes her recommended budget to the legislature and all of Oregon by at least February 1st. So it can come out earlier if that's a possibility. I don't know how realistic that is. There's a lot of work to do there. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about respiratory disease and school guidance. So you'll have the slides and you can dig into the details. There's also links to messages that were sent out from the Oregon Department of Ed and our partners at the Oregon Health Authority. Mostly what we wanted to make our schools aware of and ask them to communicate with their families, and there's lots of evidence that that's been happening around Oregon, is that we are in a time of extreme respiratory illness transmission in Oregon. Between RSV, influenza, and COVID-19, we've seen spikes in all three that are far more dramatic, far earlier than those diseases usually hit outside of COVID. Usually hit in the state of Oregon. That has challenged the hospital system, especially for our youngest folks, neighbors. So our babies in Oregon, up to 2 years old, some of those children who have been very, very ill have had to be sent out of state for care because our hospitals have not had capacity. And then many of our elders are also challenged by these illnesses. So while those aren't the two age groups that are typically in our public school settings, public school settings are a place where we know disease transmits readily from person to person as people are in small rooms together. And they take those home to their babies and their family and the elders in their family. So we're trying to avoid that. We've given messages, really clear messages about staying home when you're not feeling well, about covering coughs, all those things that we know work, including wearing masks indoors. And many of the local public health agencies like Multnomah Public Health have sent the same message to schools. So we're hoping that message is very clear that when you're in an indoor space, everyone should feel welcome, encouraged to wear masks to make sure that they're taking care of themselves and their families. And we know many, many people do get together around the holiday time, and they want to be well when they do that and be able to enjoy that time with their families. So if they're putting themselves at risk during the day at school, it may be that when it comes to their holiday time with family, that they're not feeling well enough to attend and participate. So hopefully we're working on that. We've sent, like I said, joint messages. Also yesterday, COSA, the Coalition for Oregon School Administrators, met or held a meeting with all the superintendents in Oregon, a hybrid meeting, some were in line and some in person. We attended that meeting. We brought in Dr. Dean Seidlinger, our state epidemiologist, to share some of this information firsthand and answer questions of superintendents. And we will continue to meet with OHA over the next couple of weeks while school is in session before winter break and determine what kind of more messages might be helpful for schools, both before and possibly after the winter break. That I can pause and see if there are any questions that folks may have.
Thank you, Director Gill. Are there any questions or comments for Director Gill?
Yes, I'm just gonna quick comment. Thank you so much for this guidance. We were just having a staff meeting yesterday and we were talking about our attendance. I have on average 6 to 7 students absent daily now, and that's never happened before, even, last year or around flu season. So we're seeing the impact on families and students and staff. And so I really appreciate the clear guidance that's being sent out. So thank you.
Thank you. Teacher advisor moment for you. And Director Russell, I believe you have your hand up as well.
I think she covered it. I just, so is there any chance we're moving back to masks required?
I have not heard like a mandatory mask. It's all been so far about strongly encouraging people and naming the risks for folks. We have seen a peak in RSV and then the beginning of a pretty sharp decline. But it's all happened before we usually see the normal incline of RSV in Oregon. So there is some concern that this is a temporary peak and we might see a climb again in the next few weeks. That would drive those kinds of decisions.
Well, do we have anybody on screen that have?
I believe Vice Chair Scurlock.
Vice Chair Scurlock, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Guadalupe, and thank you so much, Colt, for your presentation. My question is in connection to George Russell's question, but also wondering, will there be any more PPE or protective equipment or hand sanitizers or things like that available from this point on through the month of January and February and March? I noticed we're shorthanded, so teachers were picking up things as we can, going to the stores, but I was wondering if there was going to be any additional help or funding available for that to be covered this year. Thank you.
Great question, Vice Chair Scurlock. Thank you. There is still quite a bit of funding from ESSER available in schools that has not been accessed yet. So I think about 60% of the ESSER $2 that are available to school districts through September 30th of 2023 are available, and closer to 80% of the ESSER $3 that are available through September of 24 are also available. So the school districts do have the funds to be able to purchase those. They have created plans. Oftentimes those plans do call for the continued purchase of equipment like that. Even when they don't, they have the ability to alter those plans and purchase that equipment. I'm hopeful that our kind of relaxation of hasn't signaled that folks don't need to continue to purchase those. We tried to name that we expected this fall and winter to have a difficult time with respiratory illness. We'll try to get messaging out to school districts to make sure that they are keeping that in mind so that they can keep the proper equipment on hand for schools.
Thank you, Director Gill. It is a huge burden. I've heard from teachers throughout the state that there have been schools that have closed entirely because of the great burden. Physically, I can't tell you, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to stay protected and stay safe. I've had post-COVID disease, lung disease or respiratory disease that just doesn't seem to quit. And so I do urge everybody to be really careful out there to take care of yourselves and take care of each other, especially in confined space like schools are. So masks are so important. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the comment. At this point, I would like to transition us to public comment item, and I believe we have none, correct? And I don't think that we have anybody that came in person for public comment. So written public comment submitted for this board meeting has been uploaded, and we have none, usually is uploaded to Board Book and available for board and the public. As we have transitioned back to meetings hosted in public service building, we are also exploring new ways to facilitate the public comment process. Within the public notice for our meetings, we are including a link for members of the public to register to provide comment. So we do not have any registrants for this particular meeting. The state board values public input and looks forward to refining this process as well. With that, we will, I think we're making up time, which is great. With that, we will move to our consent agenda. As it has been our practice, I will call for a motion and a second. And Vice Chair Scurlock will make the motion for our consent agenda to be seconded by Vice Chair Wheeler. And then Corey will do a roll call vote. Can I get a motion, Vice Chair Scurlock?
I move the items on the consent agenda.
Seconded.
Thank you so much. And Corey, can we get a call of the roll?
Director George Russell,
Aye.
Director Shimiko Montgomery. Oh. Director Montgomery. There we go. Thank you. Director Gustavo Morales. Aye. Second Vice Chair Bridget Wheeler.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jennifer Scurlock.
Aye.
Chair Guadalupe Martinez Zapata.
Aye. It is so moved. We will now transition to adoptions. Our first item on the adoptions list is the student investment account charter school eligibility temporary rules. And with us today, we have Director Rachel Moser from the Office of Education and Innovation and Improvement, Blake Whitson from the Office of Education, Innovation and Improvement. And I see another guest. Would you please introduce yourselves?
Yes, good morning, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Scott Nine, and I serve as the Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Education, Innovation and Improvement. And I'm going to see you all day long because my team's got several things coming to you. First up is Rachel and Blake. I'm here to join them, introducing them, turn it over to them, and I'll be here to help with questions.
Great, thank you, Scott. Good morning, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, and Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Rachel Moser. I'm the Director of Systems Capacity and Improvement within the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement. I'm joined by my colleague Blake Whitson, who will introduce himself in just a few minutes. But before we get started, I wanted to share a little bit of context about the temporary rule change we're bringing for the charter school eligibility rules. Within the SIA statute, it essentially creates a pathway for non-virtual public charter schools to access SIA funding, either through invitation with their district or as an independent charter school. And within the second piece of that, the independent charter school eligibility, there are a few requirements in order for a charter school to be eligible. The first is that they must have 35% of students in one of the following groups: students of color, students with disabilities, or economically disadvantaged students. What we're bringing today is specifically around the economically disadvantaged students. Once they meet that first requirement, then the percentage for the charter school must be higher than the district in order to then be eligible to apply independently. Just as a reference point, in the last biennium, we had 12 charter schools that were eligible to apply independently by themselves. Some did choose to apply with their district. With that, as a little bit of context, I am going to go ahead and turn it over to Blake to actually walk you through what we are proposing in this temporary change.
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, and Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Blake Whitson. I am part of the Systems Capacity and Improvement team in the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement. I'm before you today to present this temporary rule change to the Student Investment Account Charter School eligibility rules. For some additional background on why we're proposing this change, due to the nutrition waiver from the federal government as pandemic relief and support, the economically disadvantaged data for the 2020, 2021, and 21-22 school years are not reliable or accurate. If the latest economically disadvantaged data were to be used, it would cause charter schools to be eligible for a single grant application cycle that otherwise would not be eligible to apply independently in a subsequent cycle. As a result, we're proposing this temporary rule to use the economically disadvantaged count from the 2019 spring membership report for the determination of charter school eligibility to apply independently for student investment account funds. This temporary rule would apply to the 2023-2025 application cycle only, and we anticipate that it would be replaced by the updated economically disadvantaged calculation being developed once that is available. As I mentioned, we would just be using the economically disadvantaged count from the 2019 spring membership collection, and all other demographic metrics for students of color and students with disabilities used in the determination of charter school eligibility will come from the most recent spring membership collection. We presented this temporary rule before the ODE Rules Advisory Committee in November and received a few clarifying questions regarding the use of the 2019 spring membership just for around the one indicator, while using the most recent for the others. Overall response was positive to this temporary rule, and we do not anticipate any equity impacts from this rule, as it will be maintaining current practice for determining eligibility of a charter school to apply independently. We also anticipate minimal financial impact, as this rule does not change allocation amounts or formulas. Thank you. Rachel and I are available for any clarifying questions or comments.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments for our presenters today? Blake or Rachel or Scott, from anybody in the room or Zoom? The Zoom room. Yes, Director Russell.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I just wanted to thank you guys for the work. I know when you first brought that to us, we did have some questions, and I know you all got some additional feedback, and that appears to not have asked for any significant shifts or changes. And so I think this is really good work, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Any additional comments or questions? Yes, I would also like to say that one of the I think one of the most rewarding aspects of doing this work for me has been the responsiveness and collaboration that we have seen from every division and department within the ODE, within the Department of Education. So I really appreciate the intentionality of listening to the feedback that we have. Everyone, in particular, our advisors who are fresh and in the field and have a pulse for what's happening, have some wonderful feedback to give. And I do appreciate the intentionality with which you care for that feedback. So if there are no additional comments or questions, can I get a motion?
I move the board adopt the student investment account charter school eligibility temporary rules.
Seconded.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Skurlock and a second from Second Vice Chair Wheeler to adopt the student investment account charter school eligibility temporary rules. All those in favor will say aye and those opposed will say no. And Corey, will you take the roll, please?
Director Russell,
Aye.
Director Montgomery,
Aye.
Director Morales,
Aye.
Second Vice Chair Wheeler,
Aye.
Vice Chair Skurlock,
Aye.
Chair Martinez Zapata.
Aye. And is so moved. And now our next item on the agenda is the targets from, thank you very much. The targets for mental and behavioral health for the student investment account OAR 581-014-0022 and 581-014-0025 and 581-014-0028 and 581-014-0031. And we have Director Rachel Mosier here from the Office of Education, Innovation and Improvement, and Assistant Superintendent Scott Nine from the Office of Education, Innovation and Improvement for their presentation.
Again, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. Here we are. There's always a lot of different nuances to implementation of these very important laws and then the rules that help administer them. This is also an adoption of work we previously presented and responded. Rachel, again, is going to kind of walk you through all the details and we'll both answer questions.
Thanks, Scott. All right, good morning again, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler. Again, for the record, my name is Rachel Moser. I'm the Director of Systems Capacity and Improvement, working within the Office of Education, Innovation and Improvement. As Scott shared, we're back again to share again on the mental and behavioral health rule that we've been working on related to the optional targets. Again, just a framework around the SIA as we're thinking about these particular rules. Two clear aims of the student investment account: addressing students' mental and behavioral health needs and working to reduce academic disparities for students who have historically experienced them. As you might be aware, in February of 2022, we also released our Aligning for Student Success Integrated Guidance, which is pulling our 6 programs within our office and with CTE together. Within that guidance, we provided some more information about our monitoring and evaluation framework, which includes local optional metrics, which is really the focus for our time today as it particularly relates to the mental and behavioral health optional targets. Really local optional targets, as you're thinking about those, are designed to allow grantees the opportunity to really connect what they are investing in with then what they are seeing as outcomes, particularly around mental and behavioral health investments. Within the 2021 legislative session, House Bill 2060 passed, and that made a few technical changes to the larger Student Success Act. One of those was directly related to this rule set, which asks the state board to create rules around the targets for student mental and behavioral health needs. And that's why we're here today with a second read. In response to this technical change, we have created kind of a set of rules. So you'll see the 4 components, and that's what each of the rule sets is related to. The 4 components include definitions, so really defining additional terms related to mental and behavioral health that aren't already in the definitions for student investment account as part of a different rule set. The second set of rules is around the purpose. So really describing what is the aim in this rule set for our grantees. The third section is criteria, and this is really probably the juiciest section in terms of what are the requirements and or guardrails for how grantees would actually establish mental and behavioral health optional targets. And then finally, in the 4th section of the rules, we have administration and reporting. And this is really thinking about once targets are set, how grantees are going to move through those and report on them as well. So within this rule set, I think really important to think about, we've tried to create flexibility, knowing that our grantees are using the funds in a variety of different ways, really to support what they're hearing from their community in terms of what are mental health needs. But we also want to be really clear in not creating any unintentional consequences. So as we've developed the criteria in particular, we've tried to, again, lay out a framework that really supports local optional metrics around mental and behavioral health. We really ultimately want to have an avenue for grantees to show positive impacts for how they're investing their funds in mental and behavioral health, and also caring for not overly reducing the targets or kind of going against the intent of the laws or the law as well. In terms of, as we've thought about the fiscal impact, we do believe that will be minimal to non-existent. We know our grantees are already going to be going through a co-development process for what is called the longitudinal performance growth targets, which is built into the statute. So this would come alongside of that with the local optional metrics. In terms of kind of what our engagement has looked like. So we initially in March of 2022 started an advisory council to support with us thinking about what these mental and behavioral health targets could look like. We continued meeting with that group through June of 2022, and they really helped us think broadly about how to support the rules. We've also gone to the Rules Advisory Committee multiple times to get their feedback as well. Specifically, we started as a rule concept in April of 2022. We then presented our first draft in June of 2022. And then in September, we went back for a second time to get more feedback. And then in between our October state board meeting and this state board meeting, we also went back to the RAC a final time just to share an update of where we were in the process. Overall, we've received really positive feedback from the RAC members. Some questions about some of the definitions, we've shared that we have not changed them. We really want to make sure that we're syncing up with the equity terminology work that a work group did about a year ago. And then we've also had a few questions about intent of the law, and we've had some follow-up conversations as well, just to make sure we're sharing our understanding of the intent and also sharing what comes behind this in terms of guidance as well, to what does this actually look like in addition to the rules. With that, I believe Scott might have a few other things he wants to share before we open up for questions.
Thank you, Rachel. And I realize I didn't put myself on the record. So for the record, I'm Scott Nine, the Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement. Just want to add, this can be a lot to take in at the layers of complexity of how to think about the overall education system. So I'm going to give you just like a little like, where does this fit in the big picture of things? So you have, all of the resources that flow to school districts, and you have the kind of larger federal and state accountability systems and data systems. You have the passage of the Student Success Act that funds 28 different programs. One of those programs is the Student Investment Account, which is a significant amount of resource. The integrated guidance, we're very pleased with the Secretary of State's recent audit of that, which assures the public it brings those 6 programs together in process. And we've tried to describe what we call a kind of performance framework, but those are all tied to things that are passed by statute. That framework has a lot of different pieces to it. Districts have to meet the state CTE Perkins targets. Districts have to report longitudinal performance targets, except for the smallest 23 school districts. That's third grade reading, English language arts, ninth grade on track, attendance, graduation, completion rates. This is like big, large metric-based infrastructure. Then we lay out a process by which we want to say and look for districts to make progress on how they use those funds. The law already called for the fact that any grantee, any district or charter school can put forward their own metrics. So that's called local optional metrics. We can't make them do it, but it means that if a school district wants to invest in student belonging or mental health or well-being, and they want to put forward their own framework for how we determine if they're successful, they can submit it in their application to us in March. All of that existed previously. What 2060 did was allow us to specifically match up to the stated aim in the SIA, which is to impact student mental health and well-being, but give districts a clear guide path towards putting forward mental health targets. Because otherwise, we're evaluating districts' performance absent any information about what half of the law's purpose is, right? And so we want to try to clean that up. And we weren't at a point in consensus across the state to make any of that something that it was required or mandatory. So what we've done is work with a whole field of folks in mental health, thinking about student health, well-being, belonging, and said, okay, we have agreement. We will create a pathway for specific optional targets related to mental health, and these rules guide that process. Again, they're not required, but they put a lot more kind of depth to how that could look. And what that then meaningfully creates is that districts can then choose into those things. We can give better guidance about those things, and then we can better report on how the funds are accomplishing those things if we didn't have that framework in place. So these rules just help then like put that all into like administrative rule and process.
Thank you so much for that, for the information and for the explanation, Assistant Superintendent Nines. And we have one question in the room, Director Russell.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. Scott, thank you. That was very helpful, but I have a couple of questions actually. And I think I understand. I'm looking at the write-up piece and the question that came out of the RAC about whether or not it meant ODE was going to create specific optional mental and health and behavioral health targets for grantees that they could opt into, or whether ODE was going to create parameters for setting optional mental health, but allow flexibility. And I just want to make sure I understand what that says and how folks took the response that you gave to it. And then my second thing, all this makes sense to me, but it would help me, Scott, if one of you could just kind of give me an example of what school districts might do with this, what it might look like that they want to put forth.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Russell.
Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Russell, thank you so much for both of those questions. In terms of the feedback that we received from the RAC, just to kind of break that down. So we did receive some feedback when we went back in November, really about what was the overall design and like intention behind the actual adoption of House Bill 2060 with the optional targets for mental behavioral health embedded within that. Some differing thoughts on that. And so we went back to what we had been in conversation with as that was passed as well. And really we're able to have conversations then with different members of the RAC to share more about. We wanted to create flexibility. We know there's also real emphasis on having the local context as well and what is coming up both from community engagement, but then what are the investments then in the plan that would support mental and behavioral health. So we wanted to create some of those guardrails around that. So that's how we designed the rules. We've also shared with RAC members that we are planning accompanying guidance as well to both share to your second question, like examples of what would this actually look like based on this criteria? What are some examples to kind of spur some thinking, but then also to create some connections to, we know there's also quite a bit of work happening with the SEL standards, which might then also be either in guidance or help support any potential changes to the rules as we move forward once those are adopted. And our tracking is those will be adopted later this spring. So we were able to have a good conversation sharing some of the things we know are on the horizon, plus what we knew in terms of the intent as well. Anything you'd add specifically to that?
Yeah, Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Russell. So I think that your question is really good from like the practical standpoint. So there's this tension always where often we want to honor the expertise of our professional educators in the local community level, and often they want that expertise. And then there's this kind of like, let us make it contextual and set our own process. And simultaneously, sometimes a impulse to say, can't you just tell us what we should do and how we should do it? And of course, those are hard to reconcile sometimes. And at the state, while we can name research-based practices or evidence-based practices or even emerging practices around student belonging, mental health and well-being, we are not able to say, go use this survey instrument from this vendor provider, because it's seen as us kind of weighing in the place of procurement or feedback. So there's always some kind of tension there for us on the administrative level. So what these rules do is they allow us to get into that guidance, naming of best practices, sharing case examples of what folks are doing. What it would mean for a district is you could say, whether you're using ODE seed survey, you're using an SEL instrument, you're building your own school culture assessment about what's happening, you're looking at data in terms of student well-being and health, you could come up with any variety of tools. We provide kind of a framework that you could say, at our district, we've prioritized student mental health and well-being. And what does that actually mean? We're paying for more guidance or for more counselors. We're paying for more school social workers. We're contracting with CBOs to provide things. What are we actually trying to change in the student experience? Those things might hopefully eventually relate to third grade reading, ninth grade on track attendance, but that's very far away. How could we know that we'd be making progress in a nearer term way, more connected to what we're actually doing? We're going to lay out what we think our change framework is, and we're going to say to ODE, here's what we think we're going to accomplish. Here are our targets for the next 2 or 3 years for what we think this money will cost for our community and district. And then you're going to give that to us, and as part of your grant agreement, we're going to have that. And so then when we're looking at, are you making progress with these state funds that are significant? We can look at your progress with that in the picture as opposed to ignoring it. And when we roll up and report to the legislature, we can also bring that information in, which was very much the legislature's intent when it created this kind of flexible customization. But it does mean some work on the ground for a district committee to like figure out what that would be. But in some ways, then that's the goal. What are our targets in those ways? So this helps give some guidance about how you could do that and what should and shouldn't be in the grid, but it doesn't say, here's the tool.
Yes.
And it does recognize that it may look different in one community or one district than it does in another.
Yes. Yes.
Any additional? Yes. Teacher
Hi,
advisor.
thank you, Scott and Rachel, for your presentation. Kind of going to a similar path with previous questions. So once a district applies and is funded, are there limitations or is there guidance on how they can spend the funding? And then is there accountability from the district to show what they use the funds for and just be very specific with the areas they targeted?
Yeah. Great. All right. Chair Martinez Zapata, teacher advisor Khalil, thank you so much for that question. So I'll share a little bit, and then Scott, if you want to jump in and add anything, please feel free to. Districts and schools are currently working on their plans for the integrated application, which includes the student investment account at this particular point in time. Within the SIA in particular, there's quite a bit of flexibility in how districts can spend funds. So there's 4 allowable use areas, but quite a bit of flexibility so that districts can really hear from their community, see from their needs assessment, use some other inputs to really support like what is coming up, what they want to prioritize in the plan. There are some limitations that when we outline that in our guidance around for each of the funding streams, any limitations that they cannot spend funds on. Once we receive the plans, we do have a thorough review process that we'll be going through to make sure everything they proposed both meets the letter of the law, but also is allowable within each of the funding streams, SIA included. Then on the other side of accountability, there are requirements for districts and schools to submit quarterly reporting to really show us, here's what I budgeted, but here's what I've spent, if I've need to make any pivots to a tiered plan as an example, or if they need to make a plan change that's a little bit more substantial, there's a process for that. So a lot of accountability in how they're actually using the funds on the other side of applying. Within the reports as well, we usually get some narrative responses in terms of kind of like what is progress looking like, any changes that they're seeing as well. As we move into this like next biennium, as districts have the option to create optional targets, including the mental and behavioral health ones, they'll also be reporting on those as we go through. So that would be included in either quarterly reports or our annual report as well. So we'll definitely get information back from them on like, how is it going over time as well.
Yeah, 2 quick adds, Chair Martinez Zapata and Teacher Advisor Khalil. So the accountability is a complicated word. I like to think about it in our office as integrity or responsibility. These laws have very prescriptive process requirements, meaning they have high expectations for how it engages the community, focal students, their families and staff, how they apply an equity lens in their decision making, how they demonstrate who or won't benefit in terms of the choices they make. But it leaves significant latitude for leadership of decision makers to figure out how they put that array of funds to use, right? So Rachel really covered that in terms of our staff's job to say, did they meet all those process expectations? And is what they're proposing to do with the funds allowable? Okay. Then in the wake of the pandemic, the legislature waved away some of the more like performance benchmark expectations in terms of, are we seeing progress over time? As we move under the integrated guidance and bring these things together, these grant agreements and even these local optional metrics, they create a kind of more rich picture. You have those large metric moves, you have the local optional metrics, you have these targets. We have high school success eligibility requirements, we have Perkins targets, and they create a kind of performance picture of what's going on. And then as we implement and see that happen over a couple of years' times, our staff job is to review and understand in context, right? What's unfolding in that district, and are they meeting the things that they said they would do, and how do they relate to the state's objectives? And then to intervene first with lots of support in TA, including with our education service district partners, but all the way to the point of intervention, corrective action. High school success, the most concrete example where in that initiative 5 years in, our team has reviewed and has directed the expenditures of, I think something like 40 districts in some small facet to meet the expectations of those things. We aren't in that phase of development yet with the SIA or these things, but there is eventually the expectation that we make that kind of review. This is still really building the architecture so that we help the right things potentially get awareness and invested in, but we do eventually hold that responsibility. Last thing is the districts have their own accountability to that, not only in their own way of their own ethical educator responsibilities, but they have to put their plans forward for public comment before they send to us. They have to put the grant agreements back before the public through the school board for an open meeting, not in a consent agenda, before we finalize it. And they have to present their annual report of progress by open meeting, by public comment to their communities. So the law designs in a high engagement through school board meeting process that's very alive in these laws, that's very different than other parts of other programs that OD administers.
Thank you for the thorough response.
So that is quite different and part of the student investment account bumpers, correct?
Correct.
Yes, which I thoroughly appreciate, because I think the basis for Teacher Advisor Khalil's question, and I don't want to read any more into it or put words in your mouth, but certainly for me, it is that the accountability piece where we want it to be more than a box checking that can often happen when a bureaucracy is so large and when we don't have proper accountability. So I appreciate that explanation. Yes.
Chair Martinez-Zapata, if I could just say one more thing. So I think it super resonates with what is the charge of the law, the charge of our office. And I'm mindful, we are in a particularly challenging moment that I think is just useful since we're here talking about it to name in the overall implementation of the integrated guidance, which is when you try to bring systems and make them more coherent, you hit change and transition points. So we are, as you've been saying, we're not through the pandemic. There's all kinds of impact in workforce. We are at the state of where we're at in terms of community dynamics and fracture, but we're also at a moment where these programs have acted independently, separately, and have been siloed, but the districts are still implementing just for these 6, not even the whole 108 state and federal programs OD administered. District leaders are navigating the ends of that process for this biennium, and they're reporting while they're planning, engaging, and doing under this integrated process. It's very hard to do both things at once. So they're in the worst part of a transition where you're having to finish off the way it did work while Imagine new. We'll hopefully see it be less challenging and burdensome once we get fully into that new wave. But we should hold that expectation, accountability, and have some compassion for the difficulty of trying to get that to come to life in a meaningful way.
Yes. Yes, Director Russell.
Thank you, Chair Martinez-Zapata. Assistant Superintendent Nine. I appreciate that. And I just want to be the voice that says that, and I know you are, that you all are making it as easy on districts, and particularly those that don't have huge resources, remembering that most of the districts in our state are small and rural, and that many of them don't have a grant department or whatever and so forth. And I hope that you all are helping find them ways to make it through without having to struggle the whole way.
Thank you. I also would like to acknowledge and appreciate the fact that you're naming some of the limitations, maybe not limitations, but the responsibilities that each component, each part of this and player in this structure has. And so, yes, we wouldn't be doing the collaboration that we need to do as educational players, agencies, constituents, if we didn't pay attention to the fact that the people that are constructing these and that are managing these grants and funding and programs, it's not an easy task. So I appreciate that clarification, Assistant Superintendent Nine. Thank you so much. Any additional questions? Yes, Student Advisor.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
This is kind of just to clarify my conceptual understanding of the application. So could you maybe just give an example of maybe an optional target you might anticipate a district to develop and how that might differ from the targets developed by another district, and how that optional development locally could benefit both of them in developing a more holistic mental health plan overall for their students?
Chair Martinez-Zapata, Student Advisor Gao, it's good to see you again. I always love your questions. They're so good. So, okay. So, think larger framework. I think we've shared before, the larger Lincoln guidance of the integrated guidance and planning process, right? But as a guide for kind of further checking into how this all plays out, that document can be helpful. There's a section of it that's specifically about this kind of performance framework and how we get better into those processes. Let's the words are so slippery, right? Longitudinal performance growth target, big common metrics that are numbers, right? Consistent across the entire state. Smallest school districts who are under 80 ADMR, meaning that less than 80 students, are relieved of that. They don't have to respond to that because you can't actually project growth targets without, like, the math won't work. We have longer conversation about that. Okay, but we use growth targets as a shorthand, gets confusing. So longitudinal performance growth target. Okay, we then have what we call progress markers, common and consistent across the state, big or small, to show progress towards those big longitudinal growth targets. Those come through grant agreements. Okay, then the law calls local optional metrics. That could be all kinds of things. So an example, one district might go, we really are doing a lot of work with emerging bilingual students. We know that third grade English language art scores don't actually show emerging bilingual literacy very well. Tends to look like those emerging bilinguals aren't doing as well, when really the bilingual brain kicks off in year 4 and 5. So we actually want to show this emerging bilingual thing by showing our ELPA scores, English language proficiency, and we want to be held to that because that's where we're investing in. We can't tell districts to do that the way the law is written, but a district or a grantee can say, that's the one that we want. It doesn't swap out that we have to report about how they did in third grade English language arts and reading, but it allows us to put another measure on the board in terms of how we look at what they're trying to accomplish. So that'd be like a local optional metric that is not a mental health target, but is everything intersects, but that's an example of that, okay? So these targets, we might go, okay, social emotional learning. There's a tool that we're using across from, we would look developmentally different, but we can think about, do students feel a sense of belonging? Do they feel that their identity is represented in the school? Do they feel an emotional connection with an adult? Those aren't things that directly we could tie to third grade reading, ninth grade on track, but they meaningfully tell us something about the student's well-being. We could also look at how many students are accessing what types of community resources and assets in mental health. We could come up with a whole array of things we could do. These are things we might also choose to do, but they're specifically in the aim of student mental health and well-being, because that's one of the law's two purposes. We want to carve out a path to really name that distinct from the other one. Again, we might choose that. So you can almost see it as like a subset of the local optional metrics. It's just a mental health focus. Does that help?
That helps a lot. Thank you so much for the wonderful answer and also the wonderful presentations.
One final comment. You know what makes me the happiest about hearing this here is the acknowledgement that a whole child, right? And I want to emphasize the work that has to happen in acknowledging and recognizing and making certain that we are working to make a whole child successful. Legislation alone doesn't work. The work in the school districts alone is not sufficient to allow for legislation to work. What I am saying here is that this is why I continue to say and repeat how much I appreciate the work that you do as a department in making this complexity understandable, translatable, and possible from legislation to delivery. It is just a magnificent job, a monumentous job, and a magnificent job that the department has done. And it really does make my heart smile. So thank you so much for all of that work. Assistant Superintendent Nines and Director Moser. And I believe we don't have any other questions or comments. So can I get a motion?
I move the board adopt the targets for mental and behavioral health for the student investment account rule OAR 581-014-0022, 581-014-0025, 581-014-0028, and 581-014-0031.
Seconded.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Scurlock and a second from Vice Chair Wheeler to adopt the targets for mental and behavioral health for the student investment account rules OAR 581-014-0025, 581-014-0028, and 581-014-0031. Whew, that's a mouthful. All those in favor would say aye, and any opposed will say no, and Corey will take our roll call.
Director Russell,
Aye.
Director Montgomery,
Aye.
Director Morales,
Aye.
Second Vice Chair Wheeler,
Aye.
Vice Chair Skurlock,
Aye.
Chair Martinez Zapata.
Aye. Thank you, so moved. And next on our adoptions items on our agenda is the Everyday Matters updates, OAR 581-020-0631, 581-020-0634, 581-020-0640, 581-020-0646. Oh, 581-020-0649, 581-020-0652, and 581-020-0655. And we have, I think, just Assistant Superintendent Scott Nines here. And do we have, also, my apologies, we have on Zoom, Danny Douglas from the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement, and Maggie Mache from the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement as well.
Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Vice Chair Wheeler, members of the board. For the record, my name is Scott Nine. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement. And we are now looking at adoption of something that we brought to you previously. And my very excellent teammates, Director Maggie Mache and Danny Douglas, are gonna again take over here and present, and I'll be available to help answer questions.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, and Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board for this opportunity to present to you again. For the record, my name is Maggie Mache, and I am the Director of Program and Practices in the Office of Innovation and Improvement. We are here with our second read and adoption of Everyday Matters ORs for the Everyday Matter ORs. Just to give you an overview at a high level, from our first read, Everyday Matter is now being scaled through the investments of the integrated guidance, such as the student investment account and high school success. As Everyday Matters focus on students' belonging and engagement, it is at the heart of all the initiative work that we have in our integrated guidance. All proposed changes to these rules aim to strengthen equity, deep alignment within the integrated guidance initiatives, and update the rules to reflect the Everyday Matters focus on expanding meaningful educational community partnership and deepening family and community engagement practices to collectively address the root causes of chronic absenteeism. Going forward, Daniel will be joining us to give the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Maggie, and thank you, Scott, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present to you today. Again, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Danny Douglas, and I'm a program analyst with the Everyday Matters team. As a quick refresher, this slide shows the timeline of the Everyday Matters rule set update. In September and October, we engaged with district, ESD, and community-based partners on the proposed rule changes through engagement sessions as well as through a survey. We also reviewed these proposed changes with the RAC on 2 occasions. We received feedback from the field on the recommendation to apply learnings from the summer learning grants to the integrated community partnership grant within Everyday Matters rule. And we also collected input in several areas for continued technical assistance and coaching. Since the first read, the team has made several changes, but nothing seismic, to the proposed rule set outlined here on this slide. The language has continued to be student-centered and aligned between the rules within the Everyday Matters rule set, as well as with the integrated guidance initiatives. And small edits have also been made to increase clarity. In consultation with the Office of Indian Education, we are updating the term and definition of tribal community education partner to Indian community-based organization. This definition also aligns with federal guidelines and the tribal consultation toolkit. The chronic absenteeism support program title was updated to chronic absenteeism reduction program to clarify that the initiative seeks to reduce chronic absenteeism. The docket that was submitted last week had an additional sentence added to the community-based organization definition. However, since then, we have been in conversation with community partners, and we're actually going to maintain the original definition that was shared with the board during the first read of these rules. And this definition is still in alignment with the Student Success Plan grant rules. And then within the Integrated Community Partnerships Grant Rule, 2F had redundant language and was removed. And we added subsection 2E to name the focus of the grant program within grantees' strategies in the rule. And then finally, I also wanted to address Vice Chair Scurlock's question from the first read about incorporating student voice. As I shared in the first read, we welcomed student engagement with the proposed rules at the RAC, and the Everyday Matters team also reviewed prior student listening sessions that took place before COVID. And the results of that review found that what was shared in those listening sessions still aligns with the proposed rule changes here today. However, Everyday Matters and the Office of Education Innovation Improvement is always looking for more ways to elevate and incorporate student voices and ideas to inform our work. And so one of the ways that we intend to involve students is through this proposed Integrated Community Partnerships Grant. In rule, we're specifying that the department can determine a strategy that addresses a root cause of chronic absenteeism that we will give priority to during the grant application process. And we are anticipating holding student listening sessions to identify attendance and engagement strategies to prioritize through this Integrated Community Partnership Grant in the upcoming biennium. That is all of my updates. Again, I thank you for the time and welcome Chair Martinez Zapata to accept any questions that the board may have now.
Thank you so much to Danny Douglas, Director Maggie Mache, and of course, Assistant Superintendent Scott Nines. Any questions or comments? Yes, Student Advisor Emily.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I have two comments. First, I appreciate the call to engaging students through surveys. I'd like to call specific attention to ensure that the survey or like any sort of engagement practice specifically works to engage students who are actually like chronic absentees and who have, missed a lot of school. I know that it can be difficult to engage with them because they're missing school, but I think it's important to call attention to specifically those students, or at least students who are part of those groups. For example, students of color, I know are at higher rates of chronic absenteeism. And so being sure to do so, whether that be through compensating students for their time and comments, or talking to teachers of academic support classes, students who are lower income, et cetera, and just making sure that the students who are going to be most impacted by this policy are the ones that are providing feedback on it. And secondly, I wanted to thank you and appreciate the call to community-oriented solutions, and specifically understanding that a lot of the root causes of chronic absenteeism are not necessarily just isolated to the education system itself, but rather the result of sort of a more community and society-based issue. And I think that looking at community organizations is going to be a good way to sort of attack the root causes of chronic absenteeism. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Student Advisor Emily. And I couldn't agree more. I have a colleague in education, administrator, and one of the local districts that constantly reminds us of the importance of family involvement and engagement. And so that speaks so much to your comments. I appreciate that commentary. Any questions? Yes, Director Russell.
Isn't a question. Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. Just Chair Martinez Zapata mentioned one of the sessions that we went to and that she thought was useful, and that one was on this exact topic, and it was presented by the Eagle Point School District folks, and it was called Investing in a Culture of Showing Up, in which they shared some of the activities and plans that they're using in that community, and shared a lot about the community that I actually didn't know before going to the presentation, but they seem to be doing some great work, and I know they're doing it in partnership with a program called National School Innovations and Achievement, where they have some kind of, I guess, contract or something with them, but the presentation was very useful, and they seem to have been at it for some years and seem to be having some success. So.
Yeah, and emphasis to the engagement that they have with with families, right? And administrators as a whole in the district are really working towards that engagement, that involvement from families. Yes, thank you for sharing that, Director Russell. I think that was very useful, a wonderful example of the work that can be done. Any other questions or comments? Vice Chair Scurlock.
Thank you so much, Chair Guadalupe Martinez Zapata, and thank you so much for the presentation today. Emily said, asked or mentioned things that I was thinking, so thank you so much, Emily. I too have, I want to make sure that people, when it comes to the discussion and asking, I also want to make sure that we include people who are on individual education plans and students who are on 504 plans, especially when it comes to some of the issues around in-class instruction, in-class activities, in-class projects versus things that may be online options, and maybe trying to, I guess, maybe figure out some questions to ask to help support IDEA, but also help support teachers in their planning and strategies, especially if they're connected to College Now classes or IB classes or AP classes where certain things are required. And so trying to figure out the balance of how we can support students who are struggling, but also how can we also support the programs that are in place so that students who are struggling aren't necessarily pushed out of the programs. And so those are some things that I'm hoping can be extended as far as questions, things like that for students when there's more engagement opportunities and asking questions, what they may see as solutions to some of the dilemmas that are happening within the classroom. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scurlock, for the comments. Yes.
Chair Martinez Zapata, if I might make a quick suggestion before you potentially consider a motion. So it sounds like the rule language that we posted to board book is probably not, it doesn't include the community-based organization definition change. So I might recommend, I'm going to look into that a little bit, but it might be good to hold off and maybe we can come back later in the day and potentially vote if it feels appropriate.
Yes, thank you for catching that. And so we will postpone the move on this particular adoption to later in the day so that we can have the correct language and supplements included in there. Okay, thank you so much for that, Board Administrator Rosenberg. And so I think if we have no more questions for this team, we will move forward. Thank you again, Danny, Director Mache, and Assistant Superintendent Scott Nines for the presentation on Everyday Matters. And we will come back later in the day for adoption on this item. Okay, so we will now move to the next adoption item, and that is economically disadvantaged definition, OAR 581-014-0001. And we have Scott Weens from the Office of Research Assessment Data Accountability and Reporting, and Assistant Superintendent Dan Farley from the Office of Research, Assessment, Data Accountability, and Reporting here to present.
Good morning, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. My name is Dan Farley, and I am the Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Research, Assessment, Data Accountability, and Reporting. That shortens to RADAR. I am joined today by John Weens, who is ODE's Director of Reporting, Accountability, and Data. That's my team name for him. It is abbreviated as RAD. And John is going to present a second read for a topic we shared with the board on October 20th as a first read regarding the development of a new definition for the federal term economically disadvantaged. As a reminder, the project is referred to as the Measures of Socioeconomic Status Project, or MSES as an acronym. I try to unpack the acronyms ahead of time if I can. And John is also going to address some questions that we received from directors during our first read of the proposed definition. John's also feeling a little under the weather, so hopefully he's not coughing too much and can get through it. And we're rooting him on. With that, I'll turn it over to John.
Chair Martinez Zapata. I'm sorry, Director Farley and John. I'm excited for the economic disadvantage definition. I think we need to make a quick tech shift right now.
Okay.
And so with all due respect, if we can maybe consider this item at its original slot at 1, that'll make sure that we have all of our tech upset. And we can instead just break for lunch right now. Is that something you might consider?
Okay, yes. So, so we had a shift initially, and now we're shifting back. Thank you all for your patience. It is a day of technology surprises. So, and we are flowing with it. I so appreciate the staff that we have that help us through all of these technology snags, because if it were just me, I think we'd be dead in the water with this. So thank you so much. And I thank you for your patience, Scott, or I'm sorry, Dan and John. And we will come back then to this item after lunch. For now, we will go ahead and break for lunch, and we will return at 1 p.m. Am I correct, Corey? Yes. So we will be back at 1 p.m. and resume with this presentation. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you again for your patience. We will resume with our adoptions, and we'll return to the presentation that we started, and we will start over with the grace of the two presenters. And so we are listening to the economically disadvantaged definition, OAR 581-014-0001. And we have John Weens from the Office of Research, Assessment, Data, Accountability, and Reporting, and Assistant Superintendent Dan Farley from the Office of Research, Assessment, Data, Accountability, and Reporting here. Gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Dan Farley, and I am the Assistant Superintendent of the Office of RADAR. Some of this introduction might sound like groundhog lunch to you as I go through this. Joined today by John Weens, who is our Director of Reporting, Accountability, and Data. And John is going to present a second read for a topic we originally shared with the board as a first read on October 20th. And the topic involves the development of a new definition for the federal term economically disadvantaged. As another reminder, the project was referred to as the Measures of Socioeconomic Status Project, or MSES. And John is also going to address some of the questions that were posed by directors during our first read today, and then we will open it up for any questions, recommendations, or comments that you have at the end. With that, I'll turn it over to John.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock and Wheeler, members of the board. For the record, my name is John Weens, Director of Accountability and Reporting. I apologize if my voice sounds a little gravelly. I will hopefully you can understand my voice, and hopefully I won't cough too much during this presentation. I have a cough that's not bad, it's just my interrupt my speech. So I'm going to share a presentation now, and let me know if you're able to see that. Okay, thank you. So as Dan Farley said, we're here to present for second read and hopefully adoption of rule defining economically disadvantaged. And so I have a short presentation to go through, and as Dan said, I'm going to work to answer some of the questions you had at our last presentation. So just some background to recap a little bit of what we talked about a month ago. The Student Success Act and the Every Student Succeeds Act, that's both state and federal accountability laws, require ODE to report educational outcomes for students who are, quote, economically disadvantaged. Our current definition relies on eligibility for free and reduced price school meals. That was actually in the original SSA statute. But in 2021, the legislature amended the statute to require the state board to adopt a definition of economically disadvantaged in rule. And that's what the Measures of Socioeconomic Status Project worked toward. So just to remind you, here's some of the challenges with the defining economically disadvantaged as eligible for free or reduced price lunch or school meals. The USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, has a great program called the Community Eligibility Program that allows schools who meet certain qualifications to provide free meals to all their students, which is a great thing. Prior to the pandemic, this represented about 1/4 of the schools in the state. During the pandemic, there were some special waivers, and every student virtually was eligible for free or reduced lunch during the first 2 years of the pandemic. And this year, well over 50%, and it may end up being 60% of schools are going to be CEP, meaning over half of our schools are providing free lunch, free meals to all students. And those schools are currently reported as 100% economically disadvantaged because all kids are eligible. And then another benefit for the school staff is once you've qualified as CEP, you don't have to collect income information from students because you're providing meals to everyone. And so it's actually a reporting relief for school districts because they don't have to, for a period of years, collect this information. But the impact of having more than half of our schools getting free lunch is for all students means we don't have accurate student level data on the definition of economically disadvantaged, nor does that our current definition provide us a real level of estimate of the economic need at these schools. So we need to do something different. So to help us craft a new definition, we did quite a bit of outreach, the team did, both internal and quite a bit of external outreach to talk to community and tribal members and district staff about what are some possible changes we could make or what could be incorporated into a new definition. A lot of the community members talked about providing a more holistic view of students and of neighborhoods. Things like mobility. Do the families access a food bank, et cetera? And there were quite a few ideas that were suggested. When we talked to school and district staff, they certainly acknowledged that all of those factors are important, but they also wanted to ensure that whatever definition we came up was reliable and also feasible for staff. And then all groups expressed concerns that certain possible definitions might undercount undocumented and recent immigrant students. So after all of this, we had to make some sort of decision on where to move forward. And there's sort of two directions to go here. One is to use data already available to ODE, and that would actually reduce district data burden, relieve staff, especially in CEP schools, of the need to collect this data on students. The other direction would be to still require school staff and parents to either collect or provide income and other information, even when the student is receiving a free meal. Okay. So it's kind of two different directions to go. And one thing I want to pause here and remind everyone is when we're talking about this definition, we're talking about reporting data by the state for the student investment account and federal accountability. Changing this definition does not affect who gets a meal at a school. This is about reporting data from ODE. And changing this definition does not affect the state school fund or the student investment account. They use a different poverty measure at the school level and actually district level for allocations. So changing this definition doesn't affect the students, doesn't affect the school funding generally. And so we need to remember that as we talk about this definition. The definition I presented to you last time was this one. The proposal is, starting next school year, we would consider for our reporting students to be economically disadvantaged if they are participating in SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, or if they're in foster care or migrant or homeless. The last three are, especially the last two, are one way to help us pick up some students who might not otherwise be represented just by looking at SNAP or TANF data. So again, we talked about this last time, so this is really just a review. But this definition, one of the benefits is it can be applied to all schools. We have data statewide on all of these measures that you saw on the previous page. Can be applied to charter schools, can be applied to online schools, and even those schools that don't have school meals programs. It still allows CEP schools to offer free meals without now suddenly having to collect more information from their parents. I already mentioned that by including migrant, houseless, and foster, we might be picking up some of the students that people were concerned about not being represented in state assistance programs. And the last bullet there is this definition still will, well, this is robust to the further expansion of school meals programs. Some of the drawbacks of this definition is as we struggled through this, we found no perfect definition. So all definitions had positive and negative features. We know that TANF and SNAP misses kids. In fact, national research and even data in Oregon shows that about 40% of students who could be eligible for TANF or SNAP benefits aren't in the program. So it's a smaller set of students. Sort of to counteract that, when we look at this smaller set defined by that previous page, what we found is that for some of our education outcome measures, the gaps between this smaller, more narrow group and the state were actually larger than with the current broader definition of economically disadvantaged. So this smaller group, even though it is not perhaps fully representative, might actually better reveal the impact of poverty on students and their families. As I've said, it will undercount probably some communities of color, and I'll get back to that when we discuss some of the director's comments. English learners are slightly, for instance, are a little bit underrepresented in this group. Another drawback is it doesn't include all possible sources of data we could potentially mine. For instance, the current definition that I showed you doesn't include Medicaid, which is data the state has. and some other programs, especially some tribal programs that this definition doesn't include. But we hope to expand on this definition into the future to try to make up for some of these deficits. And if you go back to the community engagement that we had, this definition doesn't include a lot of the community-based factors that we heard in our outreach, such as access to libraries, notion of food desert, things like that. But a lot of the factors that we heard, which are really important, that we heard from our outreach, were really better suited for school-based measures. It's hard to apply them to individual schools. So as I said, there are some positives to this definition. There are some drawbacks that we need to work to solve. But in our work, we found no perfect definition. In fact, we've talked to other states. We had a convening with half a dozen or a dozen or more states just a month ago, and they're all in the same spot where they can't find a perfect solution either. So at the last board meeting, there were some questions. Director Wheeler asked if foster students in the custody of tribes are included in this definition. And I actually was able to answer this at the last meeting, but I wanted to come back to this question. So the answer is no. The Department of Human Services data that we have currently on foster students only represents students who are in custody of the state. If we were to include students in custody of tribes, we have to reach out to them and create some data sharing agreements to get that information if they're willing to give it to us, and we'll work towards that. So we'll contact tribes to see if that's some data they would be willing to share with us. One thing I do want to mention is that the foster care data that we do get from DHS does actually include a significant number of students who are American Indian Alaska Native. So they are represented. In fact, they're overrepresented in the foster group, and that's a whole different conversation, I think. So no, we don't have foster students that are in custody of the tribes, but there are a number of American Indian Alaska Natives in the foster data that we do have. Dr. Montgomery asked about students from the Compact of Free Association, which is Federated States of Micronesia, Marshall Islands, and Palau. I'm not an expert on COFA, so hopefully I'm not about to tell you something that's incorrect. But I went back and did some more research, and so Dr. Montgomery indicated that those students are not eligible for SNAP. And that's, again, I actually learned something here. In fact, there's a bureaucratic oddity, I don't know if that's the right term, because COFA students have a special non-immigrant status that makes them ineligible for SNAP because of their special status as being part of COFA. When I did some research, it looks like COFA laws are up for renewal in the next couple of years, so maybe, and advocates hope that the law can be fixed to take away that unfortunate disqualification for SNAP. But that's not outside of our control. What is in our control is Medicaid data. In a research I did, COFA students are eligible for Medicaid, and the nutrition office at ODE right now is working on integrating Medicaid data into our system. And we anticipate looking at that and potentially adding Medicaid students who are part of Medicaid to this definition to help better represent the group and hopefully include more students from that are COFA, excuse me. Another question the director asked was about migrant students, because we list migrant students, and migrant education programs are not my specialty, but there are specific ways in which students qualify for the migrant education program. And when I looked at migrant data, there were fewer than 10 Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander students that were migrant. So the migrant population that we're including in this definition has very few, if any, students from COFA in it. So yes, this definition is underrepresenting the COFA students right now, we think, but we'll hope to try to improve it. I'm sorry. Okay, next steps. If you adopt this rule, next steps include reviews of some of the other student investment account rules in this chapter, such as charter school eligibility. If we change the definition of economically disadvantaged, we might want to revisit some of the rules related that use this definition. And so staff will be reviewing those rules to see if there need to be any adjustments if the economically disadvantaged definition is adopted. We need to work on implementation of this definition for the next school year. This will involve some IT work and updating some data sharing agreements with DHS to build the infrastructures that we can calculate this group. And we're calculating it for the school districts and providing that data to them. They don't need to submit information to us. We calculate it and then provide information to them. And then another important bullet here is the last one, which is as we've worked through this, there's been a clear development of the need for the distinction between a student level flag, which we need if we're going to report data, versus a school level estimate of poverty. And so I think one of the next sets of work we have to do is look at if there's a way we can find a perhaps better estimate of school and neighborhood levels of economic need, because that could serve different purposes, and I think would be a benefit. It would be a benefit to the state if we could develop such a measure. Okay, I apologize for if I wasn't very clear or if my voice is hard to understand. So that's the short presentation. I'll go back to the slide that has the rule for the new definition and then open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. I keep feeling like I have to turn the mic on. I forget that I'm in person. Thank you so much, John and Assistant Superintendent Dan Farley. Do we have any questions for either Dan or for John or Dan?
Director Montgomery, perhaps, Chair.
Director Montgomery.
Hi, thank you for coming back and presenting on this and answering my questions. I just want to, you've probably explained it to us a couple of times, but can you re-explain to me what exactly is this data being used for? So when we're reporting it, what does it end up, what is it for in the end?
Okay, thank you. So Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Montgomery. So yeah, I apologize for not giving better context here. So let's concentrate on the student investment account, for instance. We have, and as Scott and I reported earlier, we have longitudinal student performance growth targets and data that's related to accountability for the student investment account. And for that account, we have to calculate third grade English language arts proficiency rates. We calculate chronic absenteeism or regular attendance. It's more that's a more asset-based term. Ninth grade on track, 4-year graduation, 5-year completion. For each of those measures, we have to produce disaggregated data for a number of focal student groups. We report race, ethnicity, federal categories. So Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders, for instance, are one of the focal student groups, and we calculate all of those indicators for Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders, Hispanic, Latinos, Latinx students, et cetera. We also calculate economically disadvantaged. So we calculate all of those for economically disadvantaged. Foster students is a separate group. I'm going to probably mix in federal versus state required groups here. We actually already calculate outcomes for special education, for English learners. for migrant students, for some military connected students. We look at career and technical education students. We take the data that we have on all of these indicators and we compute outcomes for all of those groups so that we can understand how each of the various focal student groups that we serve are progressing through their K-12 career. And economically disadvantaged is one among many of these focal student groups.
Thank you, that really helps. When you disaggregate the data, so you say you pull the ones for economically disadvantaged students for one of the indicators, say third grade reading level, then do you take that subgroup and ever disaggregate it by race and ethnicity?
We can. We have the ability to do that. Most of our major reports don't do that, but that's something we can certainly do. Because we can find the intersectionality between all of these groups as needed. They're not part of the standard reporting that we do under federal and state law, but we can calculate any combination that you want among all those focal groups. Sometimes you get down to very small counts of students in those cases, but we could look at outcomes for economically disadvantaged by race ethnicity.
And so if you did that with this current definition, you're saying that Pacific Islanders may be undercounted.
Well, if we look at the representation of Pacific Islanders in this group, the group is shrunk. This definition shrinks the group. If we look at the percentage of economically disadvantaged students that are Pacific Islanders, using the old definition and versus this definition, it is a case, I'm working from memory here, where I believe the percentage of this group that are Pacific Islanders does shrink a little bit. Percentage of this more narrower group that is American Indian Alaska Native, I believe actually grows. So the composition, so if you look at racial ethnic composition of this group, old definition versus new definition, there is some shifts in the relative representation, old versus new definition. I believe in the docket item, I had information on that, but we can also provide that to you because we've calculated based on 1819 data.
Why do you think it shifted? Why do you think it shrunk for Pacific Islanders?
It's probably because of the lack of access to SNAP and TANF, because that's the largest. If we look at these 5 possible ways to qualify, SNAP and TANF constitute the majority of this group. And if some Pacific Islanders, especially those from COFA nations, don't qualify under A and B, then it would undercount them most likely.
And what do you think the likelihood of the data being collected from Medicaid would be within the next year through the nutrition program?
So Director Montgomery, that I don't have an answer to at this moment. What I know is that our nutrition staff are working hard to try to integrate that data into our system.
Yeah, I know it's really complicated.
Chair Martinez Zapata and Director Montgomery, I would also like to point out that there is no standard to compare the definition to. We know that the prior definition was, of course, including more students than it should have. So it was overrepresenting or just misrepresenting poverty and its impacts in our data system. So we do believe that this one is identifying exclusively students who are experiencing the impacts of poverty. And there are certainly a few that we're trying to, over time, reincorporate into the definition.
Yeah, so for me, COFA citizens are across all sectors, they fall through a data gap, which has consistently caused problems for our community. So now that I'm in a position to say, yeah, this is fine, I can't, even though it's a small set of kids, I can't perpetuate the ongoing because it's always the same group of kids. It's ours. And yeah, if there was a plan that was definitely like, yep, we'll get that Medicaid data within 2 years and we'll incorporate it. Otherwise, we'll look at a different option. But if it's like, we'll hope and we'll try, then I can't approve it. We need to capture them and somebody needs to commit to capturing them. And I hope that would be us.
Thank you, Director Shamiko Montgomery. Do we have any thoughts, Dan or John, on this before we move on to Second Vice Chair Wheeler's comment or question?
Chair Martinez Zapata, there's clearly a commitment on the behalf of our agency to follow through on the incorporation of Medicaid data into the definition. It does require a partnership with another agency. I think that's why John and I would be hesitant to make promises in that space. It typically doesn't take a year to put data sharing agreements in place, particularly when it's anticipated that the agency would have no reason to be opposed to that request. So I'm feeling positive about it, but I also don't feel comfortable providing a definitive response.
So I guess a follow-up question that I would have is, where is the greater harm? Do we move forward with this change, this proposed definition? And would there be greater harm to this very specific or narrow population, which is, in my opinion, it doesn't, the size does not matter. One child is every child. And so where is the greater harm here? Maintaining the status quo on the definition and waiting until we can be assured that we can use the Medicaid data, or moving forward with this new proposed definition and waiting to see if the Medicaid data is countable or accessible. That's not exactly a rhetorical question. I'm hoping somebody can answer.
Hoping for a response.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair Martinez Zapata. I'm going to probably lean on John for the direct impacts of the decision. So in terms of reporting, it allows us to look at how well our systems are serving students who are impacted by poverty better, like more accurately as a whole. In terms of any other potential impacts, I think I would need to lean on John and his experience having gone through the engagement process and connected with communities and understanding all of the impacts that the data are used for in terms of resource distribution to address that part of the question.
Yeah, Chair Martinez Zapata, this is definitely a difficult question. Our current definition would have at least half of our schools count all students be economically disadvantaged. Other alternatives, other alternatives typically are going to rely on schools to continue to provide specific information from families, including the schools that are CDP. So there would be, what the difficulty here, I think, is the trade-off, which it's not an easy one, between a knowingly undercount, which is what this is, versus the burden on families and school district staff. There's always options. I'm sorry to be a little hesitant, but it's so this is, sorry, I'm pausing a little bit, but this is difficult because our current definition overcounts kids, right? This one, we know would undercount the kids we would normally include in this group. To find a middle ground, we would have to have school districts in each school get information on each one of the families, especially the Kofa families in this case, but all of the families, to determine some sort of economic need for each of the families, to try to get an accurate data set. And so that was really the struggle here was, do we go with data that OD has already, knowing it's an undercount, or increase the reporting burden on students and families? And that's not an easy choice to make.
Mhm. Okay, thank you for that. I'm gonna continue to think, and while we all think a little bit more, Second Vice Chair Wheeler has her hand up as well.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. Just a comment. Thank you for following up on my comments at the last meeting. When we talk about tribal kids in tribal court custody, I also would recommend moving with the Medicaid definition. I think that's going to capture all of the kids in those systems. I think that reaching out to tribes to create an agreement would not be successful. I think a Medicaid agreement would happen sooner than agreements with tribes. But thank you again for following up on my comments at the last meeting.
And Vice Chair Wheeler, I wish I could be more definitive on the progress of the Medicaid data. I just know our nutrition office is working on it. It's likely most, again, I don't know for sure, but if we had access to the data that had names and birth dates, potentially addresses, then we can match it to our system. And so it's really a matter of, can we work with DHS to get that data from them and apply and at what and I'm not part of those negotiations, so I apologize I can't provide more information. I would be, like Dan said, I would be very hopeful that within the next year, maybe two, we would be incorporating Medicaid into this definition.
Can we commit, thank you so much, and thank you for the question. Second Vice Chair Wheeler, did you have any follow-ups on your question or your comment?
I did not. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we commit to coming back and at least reporting on the progress of obtaining the Medicaid data, of including that data in, I don't know what a reasonable amount of time might be. It sounds like there isn't an expectation for a reasonable amount of time, but can we create a timeline? Yes, I think that would be the best compromise I think that I can think of, because the unintentional harm that is being done to and I'm sure we're not considering other groups, but in this case, when the presence is here, when this group is here in front of us, and we are conscious, we are aware that there is harm being done. It's no longer unintentional, it is now intentional. So I think that's a strong consideration, and we need to have a plausible step forward at this point. And if that is creating a timeline to come back and check on the inclusion of this data, then that's at least a promising step forward. And I see Director Montgomery's hand up again.
Thank you for what you just said, Chair Martinez Zapata. I do, I agree. Is there a way to pass, to make a motion to pass this with the suggestion that a report be made within a set amount of time, 6 months, 9 months, a year, on a plan to include the Medicaid data, knowing that there's a lot unknown because there's an entity involved that we have no control over.
But just to get these pieces moving for other community groups, but have it explicitly in there that that there are other community groups that we can gather within the Medicaid data. Is there a way to do that?
So Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Montgomery, absolutely. One thing to know is we aren't going to, at OD, going to need to start computing this data until spring of 2024. So there's actually quite a bit of time. So if we come back in April, say, with the report and we say, yep, we got the Medicaid data, then that will immediately be added to this definition. That can be immediately added to this definition, and we will report data for next school year, including Medicaid data. So we have time to work on getting the Medicaid data from DHS. And it wouldn't delay the implementation, necessarily delay the implementation of including Medicaid students in the definition.
Thank you, thank you. Process, Director Russell, yes.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. Just so, having heard that, just for my own clarity, if you could say again, what are the ramifications of a delay or not taking action on this at this time?
Well, Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Russell, we're currently operating under a temporary rule which expires this month. And so delaying the adoption of this rule would mean there wouldn't be a rule in place as required by statute. However, in practical purposes, this definition is not affecting what we're going to calculate this spring. We're going to use this spring when we calculate data. We're going to use the current pre-reduced price lunch definition with all its flaws. In practice, this definition doesn't take effect till over a year from now. So we would have no rule in place, but there would be no, I think, practical impact. If that makes sense.
In the meantime, Chair Martinez Zapata and Director Russell, in the meantime, that we are misrepresenting the impact of poverty within our system, as long as we travel under this old definition that we know is clearly inflating those impacts as well. One kind of general way of thinking about what this feels like, for individual students is we have limited resources in some cases that we use these definitions to disseminate resources to schools. So if we're disseminating those resources to a population of students who doesn't need it, which is the case with the old definition, I would aver that the harm that might be caused by that is lesser than disseminating those resources to the students who we know are appropriately identified as experiencing the impacts of poverty, even if there may be some students being left out of the calculation. Those groups and schools are still getting the funds, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And we're happy to, of course, pursue further collaboration with DHS and other partners around the incorporation of Medicaid data into this definition.
Mm-hmm. Director Russell.
So, thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I'm wondering if there is a way to frame the motion such that there is an expectation or request or impetus for ODE to end the process of the time frame to make a strong effort to work with the appropriate, I don't know if it's HHS or whoever it is, to gather that data.
Yes, and I think that's what we're looking at now. That's what I would like to consider is an amendment to the motion. I don't know that we need to formally, I guess that's the question that I have, Corey, is do we need to amend the motion to suggest that we expect an update on the progress of compiling this subset of data so that we can include this specific population. Does there need to be an amendment, or can we simply ask the team to come back in 4 months and give us an update on the progress?
Yeah, Chair Martinez Zapata, I appreciate that question. I think that the item before the board right now is Oregon administrative rule language, and it's whether to adopt that language or not. I do think the board has every right to make it clear before making the motion that they would like the team to come back and provide an update at a later date, or that they would like to review these rules at a later date. I think that sort of disclaimer beforehand is appropriate. And then the motion is really focused on the administrative rule language that we'd be submitting to Secretary of State. So I don't think it needs to be a change to the motion, because the board already has the right to review rule language if it sees fit.
Okay, so we can, assuming we approve the motion, we approve the language, we can then request that the team come back and give us an update on the progress for the Medicaid data. And Shamiko, do you think that is a satisfactory process? Okay. I ask you specifically, Director Montgomery, because I know that this is of great interest. It is to me as well. It's a difficult decision to make unilaterally. And so Director Montgomery, Director Russell, everyone on the board, how does this feel like it's a satisfactory step forward? Okay.
It does to me, Madam Chair. I'm just wanting to hear from either Dan or staff about whether this in any way hamstrings them or before, but if it's something that makes sense and doesn't put you all in a very difficult position.
Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Russell, I think we've been chatting, and I think Assistant Superintendent Scott Nine is still in the room. It might be helpful to hear from practitioners like Scott, maybe Scott, if he's willing to jump in here, about like what the impact on their programs would be if we don't move forward with this adoption of the new definition. That might be clarifying for us.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Please rejoin us.
Spend all day up here. Chair Martinez Zapata, members of the board, my colleagues, for the record, my name is Scott Nunn. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for the Office of Education Innovation and Improvement. I appreciate the invite to join the conversation. So impacts first, and then a big picture explainer to help with the conversation. So impacts here. So John explained how we use this for data. So the purposes of looking at disaggregated data by any metric, but it's not only that. You heard a temporary rule earlier that's around how we identify for independent application for charter school eligibility. We use the detail of essentially who is supposed to be students in poverty in a number of ways in 108 programs. This definition is cited in statute, in rule, in all kinds of ways. It basically tells us how to understand who students in poverty are, right? We have been working with the positive result of federal changes in law and child nutrition that has increased food accessibility so that people who weren't eating get access to food. But those changes make it so we no longer have any picture of poverty, right? So that's the core dilemma here, is we have relied on an old definition. Every state in the country is grappling with the same question. Because of the ways that we've advanced in food, we can no longer use free and reduced lunch as the soft measure for poverty, which is never a perfect measure, and there are always people being invisibilized and erased. So the board's interest in this question of like, who's invisibilized or erased is the right question. The question of harm and who's lost in the data. John and the team got pushed, including by me and many of our colleagues, around our worry about what this data doesn't show. So their dilemma is a hard one. How do we figure out a better composite of poverty so we don't have this false sugar elevated, actually unworkable definition of poverty, and get to a picture using the data we currently have while knowing the data we need, right? And that has to be this grounded way. So Director Montgomery is completely accurate to go, oh, here we go again. Like this data doesn't show my community in these ways, except that we're working out of basically like the best out of a less than ideal situation to get to a better composite that is otherwise gives us no sense of poverty while knowing the limitations. So what the staff has basically done is say like, here's our best effort to get to this composite. And in the paper, I'm sure you have the full report. Here's where we need to go. My personal professional opinion is completely appropriate for you to want to revisit and see progress on that and not just have it be a we'll figure it out later. And I think they've put like a big good faith effort to try to do that. But I don't think it's just there's no impact until 2024. There are all kinds of things we rely on to know what poverty means, the district relies, and this is our only way to get that picture. It is a big shift in the numbers, which will look like a decrease in who's in poverty, but that decrease is because we're getting closer to accurate.
Yeah.
And then you've identified the issue of accuracy correctly, but it's the trade-off is big, right, in terms of the current situation.
Mhm. So you bring up a really good point. And that is that every state in the nation is grappling with this issue. We can't be the only state that is at this stage. What are other states doing currently? Is there a trailblazer? What is happening?
Yeah, Chair Martinez Zapata, members of the board. John can speak more to this. We actually tried to, as part of our review, John's the team that actually did all of this work, so I'm just explain, but we did a review of how other states are trying to solve it. We looked at other approaches. There are no better solutions. John can say more about when he presented at a national convening, people are trying to figure out what we're doing. So we're not the only one in that area. And I think we're monitoring, but I think most states have relied on free and reduced lunch as their measure for poverty, which again, is never a perfect solution, but we're in a pretty big moment of shifting and trying to figure out actually, how do we better understand that your goal of not invisibilizing and not erasing folks who get lost in the data is the right place. It's like, how do we get from here to here to here to here? Mm-hmm. So I think that's really good. And John, you might want to add, since you did the actual kind of cross-state look.
John, before you answer the question, I have a follow-up that might be, maybe better place the question. Are there any states that are placing a greater burden on the family for them or the family students to provide that data outside of the parameters that we have? You mentioned, I think, that's another source of data acquisition, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are there any other states? And if there are, what do we know what they might be expecting?
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. Working from memory here. One of the states that recently, I think within the last year, adopted a new definition is Massachusetts. And they actually adopted a definition very similar to ours. I think slightly smaller, SNAP and TANF and a couple of other things. It's a subset of ours. So some states have moved towards this is often called direct certification because we have data that directly certifies kids. Anecdotally, several years ago when I was in national meetings, some states insisted that all schools collect income forms from their families. Mm-hmm. That was just their definition. Of course, the drawback to that, one drawback to that is in many cases, if this family's getting free lunch, they don't have an incentive to provide personal income information to the school. And so you could require some sort of submission of an income form or something similar, some other, or, certification that you are meeting some other qualification. But in these schools that offer free lunch to everyone, there's a lack of incentive for a lot of families to do so. And so I think that would, in some schools, capture more students, because some schools might work really hard to get a better estimate of poverty, of their students in poverty or low income. But in other schools, it could still result in an undercount.
Chair Martinez Zapata, another consideration in that conversation is that the families oftentimes won't avail themselves of that opportunity intentionally just due to a lack of trust. And that's certainly a group that we've named as kind of being left out of the current definition as well. I did want to reiterate that we are fully committed to coming back to the board and checking in and giving you all progress reports on our status, particularly around the Medicaid issue, but also with regard to what we're learning, if we learn something from what other states are doing. I was a participant in that webinar as well, and there were no better ways of moving forward. I actually felt, and many on the call felt, that the way we were handling it was one of the most elegant ways available right now, given the resources and data connections that we have. There were a couple states that did have access to Medicaid data already. I think as John mentioned, because they have that system connection. So that's really one of the places where we know we're going to lean in and work hard to provide a better solution.
And Chair Martinez Zapata, just to build on what Dan said, we're already in the agency already is in the process of we can get the Medicaid data. So there's already a concerted effort. It just hasn't happened yet. So as soon as we can make that happen, we would happily come back to you with either a progress report or let you know, hey, we've got this data, we're adding it to the definition. Please adopt this revised definition.
Okay. Any additional comments or questions? Wonderful. We will move forward with the motion. Before I call the motion, I want to make clear that our expectation then as a board is that we will have a report in approximately 4 months that will give us an update on the utilization of the Medicaid data. Yes, thank you. Okay, so let me go back and read this motion or call for the question. Can I get a motion now on the economically disadvantaged definition, OAR 581-014-0001?
I move the board adopt the economically disadvantaged definition OAR 581-014-0001 with the adjustments of the additional reports within 4 months. So
Are we okay with that language?
Chair Martinez, but I think the board has made its intent clear. The rule language being proposed would just be the rule language. But I think the message is being clear.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Could we, if we wanted to, if felt important, make a separate motion apart from the approval of the OAR? That, although I think we've stated enough as an expectation that staff is clear enough, but if we felt strongly enough that we needed to have it on the record like that, I think you could do it as a separate motion just regarding feedback from the staff or report back from the staff.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. Can we get a second?
Second.
Wonderful. We have a motion and a second from second Vice Chair Wheeler to adopt the economically disadvantaged definition OAR 581-014-0001. All those in favor will say aye. And all those against will say, or opposed will say no, and Corey will call the roll.
Director Russell?
Aye.
Director Montgomery?
Aye.
Director Morales?
Aye.
Second Vice Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vice Chair Scurlock?
Aye.
Chair Martinez Zapata?
Aye. And to get the point on the record, I would like to move that we ask the team, and let me go back and name this correctly. that we asked John Weems from the Office of Research Assessment Data Accountability and Reporting, and Assistant Superintendent Dan Farley of the Office of Research Assessment Data Accountability and Reporting to bring before the board a follow-up on their data acquisition, the Medicaid data acquisition by, are we satisfied with April?
I'd say 6 months. That's more realistic.
Give me a reasonable date, Dan or John.
Here's a Martinez Zapata. I think April is very reasonable. I'll have to check in with within our nutrition colleagues. And certainly if we have good news earlier than that, we can come to the board.
Perfect.
To that date.
So I move that we get an update on the Medicaid data from this team in April. Can I get a motion?
Yes, so I hope I see, I tried to take notes, so we'll see how this goes. Oh boy, okay, I move. Can I just say so moved, or do I need to say the whole thing? I just want to make sure.
You can make the motion, Chair.
Okay.
Just for a second.
All right, thank you very much. And for the record, we have the language written. Can I ask you to please record that language, Corey?
I can check the recording, Chair.
Thank you so much. Hey, I move then that in April, we get a report back from the team, from the Office of Research, Assessment Data and Accountability and Reporting on the Medicaid data usage for the economically disadvantaged definition.
Jennifer Skurlock, I second.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second. And Corey, can you please call the roll on that motion?
Yes, Chair. Director Russell.
Aye.
Director Montgomery.
Aye.
Director Morales.
Aye.
Second Vice Chair Wheeler.
Aye.
Vice Chair Skurlock.
Aye.
Chair Martinez Zapata.
Aye. And it is so moved. Thank you so much for your patience and for the guidance, and above all, thanks to John and Dan, Assistant Superintendent Dan Farley, for the work that you've done and for your willingness to entertain the questions and follow up on the work that lies ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will now go back to the motion that we postpone, or the adoption that we postpone. And this is the Everyday Matters update, OAR 581-020-063. Well, this is the long one. Hang on, folks. 581-020-0634, 581-020-0640, 581-020-0646, 581-020-0649, 581-020-0652, and 581-020-0655. And we will invite the team that presented back to make a clarification on why we stopped the adoption and what we are moving forward with.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Scott Nine. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement. And I'm going to write down these numbers for lottery tickets because there's a lot going on there. So, so we can own a mistake on our part. So our team in some ways being responsive to feedback, but essentially in our first read to you, we put forward a definition. And then as we workshop that definition through rules advisory and other processes, we looked at a possible addition that added a last sentence. In the last couple of days, as we ran kind of last call feedback, we got some feedback that said, actually, no, please don't add that extra sentence. Keep it the way the original rules were. And we determined that that was the best course, which is really about a dance between keeping consistency across rule sets and community understanding. We have a lot of buy-in from community partners to try to understand these definitions of community-based organizations, culture-specific organizations, and we're trying to get consistency across rules and programs. And we ended up deciding to go and stay with the kind of current definition, but we didn't make the update. The team didn't get the update into Corey and into the board book and posted in the ways that would be accurate. So while it is actually what was presented to you at first read, and we had this discussion within the rules advisory now, it wasn't accurately posted online in the ways that would be our normal practice or protocol. So you really have, I think, a couple paths. Corey can speak to one of them. I would say for our team's purposes, while there is impact at a formal level, these rules are being adopted so that we can advance our request for applications and a procurement process that's going to take us into January anyway. And we can name, these are the rules that we've proposed to the board, and we can move that process. I don't think there'll be a material impact by waiting. It does mean on January, you got to be back on your queue again to formally adopt with the language accurate, but we can live with that. So if that's the path that you think is best, we're totally at peace with that and apologize for the error. And Corey may have an alternate that you could choose into if you wanted to take a vote today. And that's obviously, that's your discretion.
Yeah, Chair Martinez Zapata. Yeah, I'll just share that. So we have, I have uploaded the most recent version of the rule set that was shared with you all today during that presentation. It is now on board book. From a legal perspective, I don't think there's any issue with you all moving forward with this change now, particularly as it matches that initial first read and it is in response to engagement occurs. But ultimately, that decision is yours.
So being that, yes, Director Russell.
Go ahead. Thank you, and Chair Martinez Zapata. I was going to make 2 points. One, as to whether or not there's general consensus among staff that there really is no material difference in terms of what the language does. And if there isn't, I'd be prepared to vote on it today as it is. If there is some concern about that, I'd propose that rather than have to have staff come back and so forth, that if we bring it back in January, that it could come back as a consent item.
Any other comments or feedback? Yes, Vice Chair Scurlock.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I am in agreement with George Russell and his comments. So that's it.
I think any other comments or questions about this particular item and the process question? I think being that we had no initial comment on the first read and there has been no additional question from the public on the item, I feel comfortable enough with the time that we've had in between the first read and now to move forward with the adoption. And so if I can get a motion, given that there was no other comment, can I get a motion on the Everyday Matters updates?
I move the board adopt the Everyday Matters updates, OAR 581-020-0631, 581-020-0634, 581-020-0640, 581-020-0646, 581-020-0649, 581-020-0652, 581-020-0655.
Seconded.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scurlock and second Vice Chair Wheeler. We have a motion and a second to adopt the Everyday Matters updates, OAR 581-020-0631, 581-020-0634, 581-020-0640, 581-020-0646, 581-020-0649, 581-020-0652, and 581-020-0655. and definitely buy a lottery ticket. All those in favor say aye, and all those opposed will say no. Corey, will you call the roll?
Director Russell,
Aye.
Director Montgomery,
Aye.
Director Morales, Director Morales might have stepped away for a moment. Second Vice Chair Wheeler,
Aye.
Vice Chair Skurlock,
Aye.
Chair Martinez Zapata.
Aye. Thank you. It is so moved. Okay, should we do lunch again? Let's move forward. Thank you all so much for such an entertaining afternoon. Let's move forward now to first reads. And the first on our docket is the postponement of physical education standards and instruction materials. And we have Suzanne Hyde from the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment, and Director Alexa Pearson from the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment here to present.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, and Second Vice Chair Wheeler. My name is Alexa Pearson, and I serve as the Director of Standards and Instructional Support. And I'm here joined today with Suzanne Hiddy, and she is going to share our proposal for postponing the instructional materials for physical education. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to her.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. I ask for your forgiveness if I need to sneeze or cough during my presentation. I think you have an afternoon of presenters who are a little bit under the weather. So thank you for having us here today. As Alexa stated, we are here to request a consideration of postponing the physical education instructional materials cycle in order to be in alignment with the national physical education standards. We are also here to answer any questions you may have and to gather any feedback before we request adoption next month. And a reminder that this is in the board's authority to make these changes as per administrative rule. And I won't read the number because I think we've had enough of those numbers. On this slide, you'll see an overview, a visual of the standards and instructional materials review cycle. This entire cycle takes approximately 2 years. Every content area goes through this cycle every 7 years, as per our administrative rule. Today, we are addressing the cycle for the content area of physical education. The instructional materials process actually begins with the standards review and adoption process. ODE convenes a standards revision committee to update our state standards. Once the standards adoption process is complete, we ask permission from the board to adopt those standards. The second phase is in the blue square is the instructional materials criteria development. Again, ODE convenes a criteria development committee to draft the adoption criteria that will be used to evaluate instructional materials that are now aligned with the newly adopted standards. Then we move on to the green box. Once the criteria is adopted by the State Board of Ed, publishers of instructional materials are invited to submit their materials for review. ODE evaluates the submitted materials using the newly developed criteria. The state board then reviews and adopts, hopefully, the ODE's list of recommended instructional materials in October of each year for use in the classroom. Our proposal is to request a 2-year postponement of the physical education standards revision as the national standards are going through a major rewrite versus a revision. And these will not be released until March of 2024. We had started our standards revision process for both health education and physical education this year, and then learned that the National Physical Education Task Force was delaying the release of the new national standards for physical education until March of 2024. I will let you know that the health education process is continuing as the national health education standards were updated. I also want to take a minute at this point to acknowledge and thank the ODE Physical Education Standards Revision Committee for meeting virtually during this past summer and for the work that they put in before we learned of the national standards delay. Excuse me. I would also like to let you know that the ODE Physical Education Standards Revision Advisory Committee is in support of delaying our Oregon process to be in alignment with the national standards. There are some considerations of delaying the adoption. First and foremost is that we want to be in alignment with the national physical education standards, which will have more emphasis on meaningful movement and social emotional learning to better meet the needs of students in a post-pandemic world. I also at the same time want to assure you that our existing physical education standards are high quality and are still relevant. The last consideration would be in delaying the adoption of the physical education standards is that instructional materials produced at a later date will most likely include the new national standards. Our proposed timeline, again, is to postpone the entire process for 2 years as allowed by administrative rule. On this slide, you'll see that the national standards, national physical education standards will be released in March of 2024. We would then reconvene and expand our ODE Physical Education Standards Advisory Committee, convene them in the summer of 2024 through the winter of 2025. We would present a final draft of the physical education standards, have a final draft in the spring of 2025. We would present them to the state board for adoption in June of 2025. In the fall of 2025, we would start our instructional materials criteria development and adoption by the state board, followed by the summer of 2026 with the evaluation of physical education instructional materials, and present to the board in October of 2026 for adoption of the instructional materials list. I want to thank you for your time and consideration. We would like to come back next month to recommend an adoption of the revised instructional materials adoption schedule for physical education. We're happy to answer any questions the board may have at this time.
Thank you. Thank you to Suzanne Hyde and Director Alexa Pearson. Do we have any questions for either of them on the postponement of the physical education standards and instructional materials? It doesn't look like we have any questions in the Zoom room or in the physical space. So thank you so much to Suzanne and Director Pearson, and we will see you again next month.
Thank you.
And the next item on our first reads agenda is the Charter School Equity Grant technical revisions. Nope, I skipped over one, sorry. It would be the approval of criteria for evaluation of science instructional materials, OAR 581-011-0065. And we have Ajali Moore from the Office of Teaching, Learning and Assessment, Jamie Rummage from the Office of Teaching, Learning and Assessment, and Director Alexa Pearson from the Office of Teaching, Learning and Assessment.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, and Second Vice Chair Wheeler. Again, my name is Alexa Pearson, Director of Standards and Instructional Support in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment. I'm going to turn it over to Ajali and Jamie. I know we're running behind, so we'll do a quick speed through on, go ahead, Ajali.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, members of the board. My name is Ajali Moore, and I am the Instructional Materials Coordinator at ODE. We are here before you today to present on the 2022 Science Instructional Materials Adoption Criteria. The upcoming evaluation and adoption of instructional materials will be of science instructional materials in 2023. And under a rule, the state board should adopt this criteria no later than the January meeting in the adoption year for science, which will be next month's meeting in 2023. ODE has developed a K-12 criteria for the science instructional materials adoption. Publishers will be able to submit their materials in any one of the categories up for adoption, which are listed on the slide and cover grades K through 12. Division 11 of Oregon Administrative Rules states how committees are composed. For the development of science criteria, the 3 committees were composed of a minimum of 8 members from varying regions in Oregon that included school teachers, administrative staff, and members of outside organizations who were experts in science education. And given the long-term impacts that COVID-19 has had on educators and schools, we would like to take a brief moment to recognize the incredible dedication of the Oregon Science Instructional Materials Criteria Development Committee, who carried out this critical work during the start to another busy school year. Each educator on the panel participated with passion, and their dedication to science education in the state of Oregon does not go unnoticed by the agency. The product that we have delivered to you today truly could not have been possible without that committee. Upon adoption of newly revised content standards, criteria development is the first step in the review and adoption process of instructional materials. Each panelist on our criteria development committees was required to attend 3 synchronous meetings to develop criteria that aligned to the revised science standards. On November 8th, a final online meeting was held to discuss the criteria and come to a consensus on the draft science criteria. The criteria will be incorporated into a scoring rubric, which will then be used to evaluate submitted instructional materials. The adoption criteria will not only be used for the evaluation of publisher-submitted instructional materials, but they are also required to be used at the district level for independent adoptions of science instructional materials. And this is a process that districts may go through if they find what is adopted on the state level does not fit their local needs. The evaluation of instructional materials will occur in summer of 2023 for the list of approved materials to be recommended for adoption in October 2023. Subsequently, districts will need to adopt instructional materials for science by the start of the 2024 school year, either from our recommended list of approved materials or through an independent adoption process as previously mentioned. Now I'm going to pass things to Jamie, who will share more in depth about the revised adoption criteria for science materials.
Great, thank you, Ajali. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board for the opportunity to present to you virtually today. My name is Jamie Rummage, and I serve as the Science Education Specialist in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment. And as we continue to engage in the conversation today about the draft instructional materials for science, I first want to share an excerpt from the National Research Council's A Framework for K-12 Science Education. And I'm not going to read this slide to you, but I just want to highlight how educational equity and social justice are a central part of the vision of science education by having every student learn within their local context and within their local communities. The framework is really a foundational statement, not only for K-12 science education standards, but really was the grounding work in the criteria development. So just to take a brief recap for the board on where we've been prior today, here's an illustration that provides a very high level overview of the K-12 science education vision in Oregon. It started with the grounding elements from the National Research Council's K-12 framework for science education. And again, just as a reminder, this framework is the compilation of the most scientifically up-to-date research on best practices for youth to learn science that really taps into their natural desire to make sense of their world. This instructional approach is called for in the framework, moves students from passively learning about science topics to actively observing and figuring out natural phenomena, such as understanding how gravitational pull affects tidal cycles and the connection this has on local weather, renewable energy, and coastal oyster farming. Students can investigate and explain how and why these phenomena occur. The instructional shifts called for in the framework are really moving us from a historical approach of rote memorization to rote memorization of science facts. And from the framework, as you can see on the map, it identifies the coordination of the 26 states, which included Oregon, along with other critical partners and inputs from over 50,000 educators that then led to the development of the next generation science standards. And this past June, the Oregon State Board of Education adopted the NGSS as the 2022 Oregon State Science Standards with minimal changes to the original authorship. And so really taking a look at this collaborative work, I just want to call out some similarities and differences from our 2016 science instructional materials criteria, because some of the criteria switched, but the standards didn't necessarily change. So just calling attention to the structural organization that is still in alignment with the adopted standards, the instructional shifts necessary to support high quality science education for every learner, support resources for both students and educators, and assessment criteria. And while the specific science instructional materials draft criteria, the full write-up of that is in your board docket, I just want to take a moment to highlight the 4 parts that make up this criteria. So the first part really focuses on the baseline science criteria. The second part, the equitable student engagement and cultural pedagogy. And part 3 and part 4 are the usability and assessment criteria. And one piece to note before we take a brief look at each of these criteria, for those of you that were involved in the math instructional materials criteria adoption, you'll notice that the revised science instructional materials draft has the same core criterion and layout as the recently adopted math criteria. ODE has received feedback from districts on a desire for a document that's easier to navigate and utilize, and also developing criteria that has some more continuity between all of the content areas. So we were able to adjust the criteria to be science specific, but also ensuring usability and within a coherent structure. So as we discuss the Oregon Science Standards and today with the instructional materials criteria, you'll often hear the reference to 3D learning or 3-dimensional components of the science standards. And these boxes are just the high level of the overarching categories within each of the standards. So you have disciplinary core ideas that are in orange, you have the science and engineering practices that are in blue, and the cross-cutting concepts that are in green. All 3 of these categories are assembled in a standard of what a student should be able to what students should know and be able to do. And while we know and understand the importance of standards, how students are provided entry points for their learning through investigation via phenomena-driven instruction and opportunities for students to build and apply knowledge over time are also imperative to student success. So these main elements, the standards alignment, phenomena-driven instruction, and coherent learning progressions are the critical criterion of part 1 of the instructional materials criteria draft before you today as some expected look-fors as we move forward. And in addition, while culturally responsive instruction was identified in the previous 2016 science criteria, it wasn't a standalone focus as it is in part 2 of the revised draft before you today. There's been significant studies demonstrating that culturally responsive pedagogy and instructional materials may increase student attendance, GPA, and course completion. Other studies suggest that culturally responsive approaches both boost students' interest in school and their sense of belonging. ODE has the opportunity and responsibility to elevate these pedagogical moves that further assist educators as they utilize these published instructional materials. So within part 2 of the science draft criteria, instructional materials will need to ensure for authentic student-driven learning through the metrics of relevance, collaborative learning, and adaptability to support each individual student. They will also need to ensure asset-based approaches and perspectives, utilize multiple frames of reference, and be inclusive of cultural views. And again, while we adjusted our criteria to be science-specific, the revised science instructional materials draft has the same core criterion as math in the technical usability and assessment criteria. So for example, under the technical usability, we also included digital learning design as it draws from our experience of teaching over the last few years with more instructional technologies. And these metrics were initially drafted by ODE specialists on the digital learning team. In addition, the ODE assessment team also assisted in helping us revise the assessment criteria to better align with the work that they're doing with the formative assessment practices, looking for quality performance assessment and the integration of good assessment practices within content in instruction. And so as Anjali previously stated, this incredible work would not have been made possible without immense dedication from the Oregon Science Instructional Materials Committee to review, revise, and ensure Oregon students have access to high quality instructional materials. I would also like to thank and acknowledge the staff at Ed Reports, which is a national nonprofit organization that conducts independent reviews of instructional materials, who also offered some input and guidance on our work today. ODE's internal work group that also provided initial edits and feedback focusing on the topics of equity, digital learning, and assessment. So together, these changes took some of the best thinking from 2016, merged with our new learning from the past 6 years to align strongly with the vision of an equitable science education system for every student. I'll now hand it back over to Anjali to close out our presentation.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you to the board for your time and consideration. We are excited to present the criteria for your review and happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions or comments for Anjali, Jamie, or Director Pearson? Yes.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I think, well, first of all, thank you. That was a great presentation. I just wanted to comment specifically on gender equity in science curriculum and making sure that when we're talking about culturally responsive curriculum, that we also recognize that oftentimes girls are sort of discouraged from entering science and STEM fields in general, and to make sure that we're highlighting, for example, like female scientists who made, very important strides in the science field, as well as just overall ensuring that our curriculum is equitable across gender lines, as well as race and other demographics. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that observation. Undoubtedly, that is important. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Director Russell.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I do have a question about, I think it's slide number 6 on the vision for science education in Oregon. And it's just my curiosity about the map. And a little bit, if you could say just a little bit more about what I assume the states that are colored blue are the ones who are on board with this vision for science education nationally. So I'm trying to understand what it is about the white states that they don't share in this similar vision, or they're not at a point for adoptions, or they have a different view of what science instruction and framework ought to look like, or what?
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata and Director Russell. Thank you for the question. those were the original states that contributed to the writing of the next generation science standards from the framework of K-12 science education. I will say to date, if my memory serves me correctly, there are 44 states in the District of Columbia that have now adopted the next generation science standards. And of those states that are not identified in that 44, they have adopted standards that are really grounded in the framework for K-12 science education. So what that map represents are those states that came together to help take a look at the framework, work with national colleagues, and develop the structure and systems around the next generation science standards.
Thank you so much. That's great. That's a great reference to have. That Oregon was one of the initial contributors. I appreciate the question. Any other comments or questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. And thank you for this great presentation. With access to learning, one of the points that you made for students, is there any language in there for supports for students with IEPs or English language learners? I know that in science and social studies curriculums, a lot of times we're lacking that, those supports to have in place. Sometimes the content was not relevant or accessible to those populations. And so I'm wondering if there's language in there to address that.
Yeah, Chair Martina Zapata and teacher advisor Khalil. Yes, so if you have the instructional materials draft in front of you, one of the pieces that it really hones in on your specific question, I believe, is under the technical usabilities. There are some supports specifically identified for students. And so within that, we call out strategies for special populations. We call out a metric for student differentiation. There's a metric for emerging bilingual students. And then there's a section called student editability. So making sure that the digital materials provided are editable, for students to allow for different variations of communication.
Thank you.
Yes, student advisor Gal.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. This is kind of just out of curiosity, but how is like computer science and technological fields considered currently within the science criteria? And how do you think that consideration might change moving forward?
I can try this, and Director Gill maybe can join in, but Chair Martinez Zapata and student advisor, and I wasn't sure which student advisor asked, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So we have a computer, Governor Kate Brown does have a computer science initiative, and we have folks from, right now it is part of our STEM education team, and we have not, and it's also part of it kind of straddles a couple of our different teams at the department. So our digital learning team, as well as our secondary, post-secondary education, because there's crossover to career technical education, as well as the standards and instruction team, which has our STEM educators on there. So right now we are looking at a strategic plan for computer science, and that will determine where those standards do live. I don't know if you had anything to add to that, Director Gill.
Just one thing, it's okay, Chair. All of that is completely accurate and right on target. The one thing I would add is that Governor Brown made it really clear that this STEM or computer science effort is designed to address disparities. So it's designed to provide more access for women, for students of color, for students in foster care, students who haven't had the kind of access that some others have. So.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I'm very excited personally about any developments with computer science curriculum. And I think especially in terms of connection to the real world and in terms of connection to lots of career interests that people from all sorts of identities might be developing. I think computer science is very important and very topical.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, it doesn't look like there are any other questions or comments. And so thank you so much, Anjali, Jamie, and Director Peterson. And I believe we are going to have a slight adjustment, maybe not so slight, to the agenda. We are somewhat behind on our time and may not need to get to some critical components that are on the agenda. So with the permission of the presenters as well and your grace, we would like to move or postpone the presentations on Senate Bill 1522, the implementation of acceptance of credits earned in educational programs until January. And do we also have flexibility on the next item, or do we just want to do that one?
Sure, it might be good to first read the charter school equity grant still. I don't think it should take long.
Okay, wonderful. So that one item we will move to item D, the Senate Bill 1522 implementation. We will move to January. For now, let's proceed with charter school equity grants, technical revisions, OAR 581-017-0765, 581 through 581-07, 017-0777. And we have Debbie Green, Office of the Director, and Kate Pattison from the Office of the Director here to present.
Good afternoon, Chair Martina Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, and Second Vice Chair Wheeler, Director Gill, members of the board. My name is Kate Pattison. I'm the Charter School Specialist at the department, and I'm here with my colleague Debbie, who is going to lead us through a very brief description of these rule revisions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, Director Gill, members of the board. My name is Debbie Green, and I'm the Student Success Act Charter School Specialist at the department. We are here today to present revisions to the permanent rules for the Charter School Equity Grant Program. This grant was established by House Bill 2166 in 2021 and funds charter schools with student populations composed of 65% or more of students from racial or ethnic groups that have historically experienced academic disparities or students experiencing disabilities. The first grants were awarded in September 2022 to 7 eligible charter schools. The formula grant currently determines eligibility based on the most recently finalized spring membership report, which is published in October each year and includes data from the prior school year. Using this one data report, however, will exclude public charter schools serving the focal student groups if the charter school opens in the same year as a grant cycle. With the proposed rule changes, a new charter school serving the eligible student population that opens in the same year as a grant cycle may be eligible to apply if ODE uses different but similar data reports to determine eligibility for the new school. The department recommends using the fall membership and special education child count data because the data is collected and reported in the same year, meaning these reports will include the charter school data in its first year of operation. This data will only be used for calculating eligibility for schools in their first year of operation during a grant cycle. The Rules Advisory Committee reviewed these revisions in November and provided positive feedback. Other engagements included meeting with charter leaders throughout the state at their regular monthly meeting, seeking feedback from our current grantees, and sending the proposed rule revisions to charter leaders and community members interested in charter schools through our listserv. Current grantees were all supportive of these revisions and no negative feedback has been received. These revisions fit the intent of the grant for focused funding to charter schools meeting these demographics in a timely manner. Allowing new charter schools to be eligible in their first year of operation during an application window for the grant will make grant funds available to the new charter schools within their first 3 years of operation. And we're happy to address any questions or concerns at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions for Debbie or Kate? Okay, it doesn't look like we have any questions. Thank you so much for the presentation and
Thank you.
for all of your patience with the rigmarole we're having today. Thank you, Debbie. Okay, and we will then move on to item E on the agenda. And that is the Student Investment Account Fund Administration, OAR 58101400004. And we have Director Rachel Moser and Blake Whitson from the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement, and Assistant Superintendent Scott Nines, also from the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement here for presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. Here again with my colleagues who I'm going to turn it directly over to, and I will be here to help answer questions.
Great, thank you, Scott. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, and Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. We're excited to be back. For the record, my name is Rachel Moser, Director of Systems Capacity and Improvement within the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement. I'm joined again by Blake, who is going to walk us through a first read of our fund administration rules with one technical change to them.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Blake Whitson, part of the Systems Capacity and Improvement Team in the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement. And I'm before you this afternoon to present a first read on this rule change to the Student Investment Account Fund Administration rules. This is the second time we've brought forward a proposed change to this section of the SIA Fund Administration rules. In the original fund administration rules, applicants could apply for an extension to use previously allocated funds until September 30th, a summer extension. During the first year of SIA implementation, we had over 70% of applicants request a summer extension. As a result, we presented a change to the rule to make the optional summer extension universal for all applicants, with a provision where applicants could opt out of the summer extension. This past year, 3 applicants requested to opt out of the summer extension, and 1 applicant actually completed the opt-out process through executing an amended grant agreement. As a result of the near universal use of the summer extension, we are coming back with this proposed rule change to remove the opt-out provision for summer extensions and give all applicants until September 30th to expend applicated funds. This change will align the SIA Fund Administration rules with existing practice of SIA applicants and reduce administrative burden on both the agency as well as applicants submitting opt-outs which require an amended grant agreement to be executed. As part of our process, we engaged with the ODE Rules Advisory Committee, as well as with the 1 applicant that completed the opt-out request and received positive feedback in regards to making this rule change. The applicant that did complete the opt-out for this year indicated that this would not create any additional burden on them and had no objection to this rule change. Further, we do not anticipate any equity impact as a result of this change, as it's aligning rules with practices already in place based on the number of applicants utilizing the summer extension. ODE anticipates no fiscal impact for the majority of grantees, as all but 1 did not opt out of the summer extension. For the grantee that did not, there may be limited fiscal impact given they may need to set up a way to track access to multiple years of SIA funding simultaneously, since they'll no longer have the ability to opt out. But again, in speaking of that district, they did not seem to think that that would be an issue. Finally, we are aiming to align the fund administration practices for both SIA and high school success, which you will be hearing about next. Thank you, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Look at the screen. And I don't see any questions. Thank you so much for updating us. And we will now move to the High School Success Fund Administration, OAR 58101300015, first read as well. And we have Michael Lindblad from the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement, and Director Maggie Mache, also from the Office of Education, Innovation and Improvement, and Assistant Superintendent Scott Nines. You're popular today, Scott.
Getting the work in. Good afternoon, Chair Martina Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, members of the board. For the record, my name is Scott Nine, and I serve as the Assistant Superintendent for the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement, who is getting really good at rules administration. We have Director Maggie Mache and Michael Lindblad, and they're going to talk about some changes to high school success. They tie closely to what you just heard from Blake and Rachel, but they're also tied to our work with the integrated guidance as we do some fine tuning and administrative rule that helps us execute into the ways we've operationally aligned those things. So I will turn it over to Maggie and to Michael and help answer questions.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, and Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. Happy to be back in front of you. For the records, my name is Maggie Mache, and I'm the Director of Program and Practices in the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement. And to expedite things, I'm just going to go ahead and turn it over to Michael.
Thank you, Maggie, and thank you, Scott. And good afternoon, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, members of the board. For the record, my name is Michael Lindblad. I'm an educational specialist on the high school success team in the Office of Innovation and Improvement under Maggie and Scott. And as you just heard the SIA team discuss, to reduce administrative burden, we're seeking an extension on high school success funds, a universal summer extension. As it stands now, our recipients, we have over 220 where we work with YSEPs, JDEPs, also anyone that has high school students in their school. And you have to turn in a formal extension to the Department of Education to get a 2-month summer extension. It involves a process, it involves grant amendments. We're looking to reduce administrative burden as a part of the integrated guidance, especially for small schools, which was mentioned earlier. And we are seeking a universal summer extension for all recipients of high school success. In talking with recipients the last 3 years, all of them have requested this. Only one did not request a summer extension. We do not anticipate any equity or fiscal impacts. And ultimately, this rule is to eliminate administrative burden on our schools who are overwhelmed right now, and even create an opportunity to spend more funds during the summer. Welcome, Chair Martinez Zapata, to invite any questions.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions on the high school success fund administration? I think we're just getting tired now.
Chair Martinez Zapata, members of the board. I was remiss not to celebrate the high school success team. It did get mentioned, but the Secretary of State did a audit over the last couple of years of this team's work. We've implemented 4 or 5 recommendations, but they also celebrated the ways in which we ensured and can assure the public that the implementation of high school success has been deepened or improved with integrated guidance at no impact. That came out on Monday, but these are a couple of members of the team that deserve the recognition about that. So just want to put that little thing in there since you don't have any, I don't have any questions.
Thank you so much. And absolutely, the absence of questions or comments is not that we don't value the work. We know that you have done some excellent work. And so I think that I'm reading it as a testament to that. So thank you so much to Michael and let me see, am I getting it? Yes, to Michael and Director Mache. It's been a long docket today for your presentations. And right at this point, I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute recess, a 5-minute break, and then we will come back and resume with our last first read item on the agenda. So 5-minute break, and let's be back by 3 o'clock exactly. How's that? Thank you. And thank you so much, everyone. We are back from a short break, and we will now continue with our first read presentations. And the last of the first read items is the State Board of Education Strategic Plan. And we have Board Administrator Corey Rosenberg from the Office of the Director presenting on this one today.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, and Second Vice Chair Wheeler, members of the board. For the record, my name is Corey Rosenberg. I use he, him pronouns, and I am your State Board of Education Administrator. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today and share a bit more about this important body of work. So as a reminder, the board held space at the most recent retreat to discuss potential strategic planning updates. This included a review of the board's mission, vision, and values, as well as the naming of priorities, high-level goals and strategies that the board would like to support or realize. Based off that discussion, Chair Martinez Zapata and I have been trying to capture and hone that feedback into the draft language before you today. My hope is to present these updates in two parts. The first one will focus on mission, vision, and values. Then the second part will focus on updated goals, strategies, and draft activities. And I'll pause periodically for discussion or additional context from you, Chair Martinez Zapata. So we'll begin with the draft language for an updated State Board of Education mission. So again, at that August retreat, there was discussion around the relationship between a mission and vision statement, the benefits of ownership and naming the board within a mission statement, and the value of an overall tighter and more concise draft language. And so the language, as you see on the slide on the left, is the current or older mission statement. On the right is the draft language before you today. And I'll just read it for folks. The Oregon State Board of Education works on providing equitable policies and practices that lead to the educational and life success of every Oregon public school student. Chair Martinez Zapata, is there anything you would like to add or ask of members as we consider this updated mission language?
Not a whole lot, other than Corey named already that we do, one of the intentionalities is to name the State Board of Education in this mission. The other thing that I want to point out is that we won't be making, this is not a work session. We won't be making any changes to the current draft live at the moment. So we will make note of any comments or questions that the board has, and then we will address those subsequently. So thank you very much for that, Corey.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. So to just keep us moving forward then, I'll talk a little bit about the vision language. So the updated vision language is meant to better reflect a North Star for the board. So a future to be supported by every action or decision the board makes. There was a desire, I think, in that retreat to center students and to name the need to prepare them for an ever-changing world. And just to read it as well, an aspirational public education system that honors its increasingly diverse student body and empowers every student to reach their full potential in a rapidly shifting global environment. Chair Martinez Zapata, similarly, is there anything you would like to add or ask of members as we consider this updated vision language?
Reiterating that we have coalesced all of the input that we received during the retreat, during the work that we did at the retreat. And so these are the products of that work and thinking, deep thinking that we did. So thank you for that representation, Corey.
Can I just ask a quick question, Madam Chair? I'm just trying to recall of the current board, how many were present when we had the discussion. It seems to me that probably half of the people were not involved in those discussions. Is that accurate?
The only two members or two individuals that were not present at the retreat are the two newest members. We do have new advisors now, yes, that were also not present. I don't believe any of them were present.
There was some participation, Chair Martinez Zapata.
I was there.
Yes, thank
Online.
you. Yes, thank you. Okay, I stand corrected. Yes, there were several of our advisors that were present at the retreat. So really it was the newest directors that were not present.
Good.
Yes, student advisor.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I had a question. I remember we had a conversation about the word specifically of empowers, and I was wondering if we ended up landing, I feel like we ended off on like a unsure note about the word empowers and whether or not it sort of implies that students need the education system to empower them. I don't I was just wondering if there was any consideration of that or where we sort of landed.
For the mission, we've decided to retain that language. Some of the language in the subsequent portions of or pieces of the strategic plan, there is a reflection that is more centered on student self-determination and so, yes, we've left that language there, but have added language in other sections that I think will give a greater voice and emphasis to the student. So,
Thank you.
Appreciate the comment, Student Advisor. So, okay, I'll move us on to values. The draft value language, and the value language has in some ways kind of received the most attention or formal changes. So the 8 original values have been reconfigured into 4 value statements, each intentionally naming the State Board of Education. The newly proposed language responds, I think, to a desire named in that retreat for additional context and grounding of the board within these values. And we're also experimenting with highlighting specific terms or other strategies to help ensure each of these value statements can be more easily recalled and accounted for when the board partners with others, for example. So that first value statement, the Oregon State Board of Education dedicates itself to centering diversity, equity, and inclusion in the work, decisions, and actions that we take in the service of every student in the state, their academic advancement, and their lifelong success. The second value statement on this particular side is the Oregon State Board of Education dedicates itself to challenging the status quo and rendering an innovative, creative, adaptable, and culturally responsive curriculum that reflects the history and evolving demographics of our state's landscape. We value and commit to an equally dignified, holistic, and inclusive student experience. I'll go ahead and I'll read the next 2 as well before pausing. On this slide, the third value statement that's being proposed is the Oregon State Board of Education dedicates itself to sharing responsibility, aiming for every student's individual academic excellence and providing life skills that allow students to develop self-agency. We value engaging historically excluded community voice and student experience. We value and distinguish the sovereignty of tribal nations and the responsibility to engage in consultation on key matters of policy. The final value statement being proposed today, the Oregon State Board of Education dedicates itself to conducting business with integrity, transparency, and adaptability as the basis for equitable student access and success in public education. With those 4 new value statements in mind, Chair Martinez-Zapata, is there anything you would like to add on the updated value language?
Just this is one of those places where we have added that language, the student advisor, so where students are given that self-agency to, and we use that language specifically, and engagement so that they feel that initiative. Thank you.
You open for questions or comments at this point, or you want to?
Yes, would it be okay if we wait for questions and comments until, let's do questions and comments after we're done with the first segment, and I actually think we're done there now.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, so let's take some questions. So let's make some time for questions, comments right now on the first 3 sections of the strategic plan. The segments being the mission, vision, and the values. So Director Russell.
Thank you, Chair Martinez-Zapata. And I know you want to stay away from wordsmithing, so this is not about the particular word, but I'm just curious, particularly where we use the word dedicates, whether that seems to weaken the stance of will do or commits to or so forth. In the old ones, at least, we said we will ensure, we will do this, or we are committed to doing that. It seems to be saying dedicated to, maybe softening a little bit, but that's just my view.
That's a good point. Thank you for making that point. I think one of the things that we've tried to do is distinguish between using the ideas and the thoughts that were provided during the work session by the board, distinguishing each one of the segments of the strategic plan. And so that type of language we are employing in the priorities section and forward. The values segment is really speaking more to what we believe and want to move forward in our value set. But I think that's a great question, Director Russell. Any other questions? Yes, Director Gill.
Two comments maybe. In the mission, I brought this up back in the retreat, but I just want to put it back in the room. I'm hoping that when we say Oregon Public School students, that we're applying like the broadest definition possible to that, because to me, it feels like it's excluding some individuals that our system should still serve. So my example is that our system, as it is now, is still pushing some students out. Those students are still our responsibility to serve. Some districts do that through GED programs where they aren't necessarily considered public school students. Some of them do it through our partners at the Youth Development Division and seek some of those grants to help serve students who are not in school youth. We also have students who are younger than kindergarten, some of our schools are using other funds to serve in early learning settings. Again, not by definition, not always considered public school students yet. But I think still our responsibility, if anything else, through partnership with Early Learning Council and Youth Development Council and others, but they're in our schools. And I just feel like for this group, just know it, even if it's just a commitment that we have a broad lens on that. The other one is what I heard about both self-efficacy and empowerment is that it might be more the words that go around those, so that that we, as the state board, the department, the schools, honor the self-agency, sorry, lost the word. So we can work to help develop that in students, but this institution should be honoring that self-agency, and that it doesn't need to be given to students, but it needs to be honored and valued and developed.
That is a great comment. Now let me check, or let me write that down, because again, we're not making changes at this point in time, but taking the comments and so that we can come back and make any adjustments that are necessary. Okay.
Can I ask Colt?
Yes.
So, thank you, Chair Martinez. So Colt, what captures those, if they're not public school students, and I even think about kids in alternative programs, youth services, incarceration, and so forth and so on. If they're not public school students, what's a terminology that is all inclusive?
We don't have a perfect one. We oftentimes use the word youth, though. So Oregon's youth. They fall across their systems.
That's a broad framing. I think probably the broadest, right? If we want to capture everyone. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Anybody on screen? Yes, Vice Chair Scurlock.
Thank you so much, Chair Martinez Zapata. One of the things that I've been thinking about is making sure, and I believe we're on the right track, but just making sure that we compare our mission statement and our vision statement maybe with other organizations, just to see, kind of check language and maybe current language, current use of diction, anything like that. And then also making sure that, by definition, like a mission statement. Again, a mission defines the organization's businesses, its objectives, and how it will reach these objectives. Then a vision statement details where the organization aspires to go. And so just making sure that we, think about all those things. And then in reference to what I think I want to say it was Emily who made a statement. I can't see faces, but around, if the word empower seems to be an issue, if there's another, I guess, list of vocabulary terms that could encompass what was being referenced. I admit that I do love the word empower, but again, that's my own lens. So wanting to make sure that I maintain an open lens in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the work that we have done on the strategic plan is certainly the primary source for this is the work and the collaboration, the conversations that we started as a team during our retreat. And that was the beginning of that. We've done a lot of analysis and comparison to other state board of education strategic plans, to the strategic plan for the Department of Education and other educational agencies in the state as well. So we've given quite a bit of thought and consideration to some of those other opportunities out there. So thank you for the comments or the suggestions, everyone. And I am keeping this note, and I think it will be important to go back and revisit even in the vision, I think is where we have the word empowers. Likewise, Jennifer, Vice Chair Scurlock, I am partial to empowers, but it certainly is not something that we are granting or bestowing on anybody. Students are given that self-agency or have that self-agency. So duly noted on that one. Any other comments or questions on these three segments? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering about the intentionality of the order of the value statements, not to say that I think that they're wrong or out of sorts. I was just wondering if you could sort of speak to that.
There is not really an intentionality in the order of the value statements, other than the translation that we did from the previous values into the new iteration. And as you'll recall, one of the goals was to not have just a list of values, but really give them definition based on what we feel, what we think as a board are our values or represent our values. So this is the product of that condensation or that summation of our values. So there isn't any strategic order in the values other than that translation from the previous to the new, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. I just remember last time we also had the conversation about whether we wanted to switch the order. So I think, and I will say, I think the summation, the definitions are actually I agree with them. And I think they're very comprehensive of what, at least from what I can tell so far, the board values. But yeah, I think that it could be something to look into, especially if people perceive these values as sort of a prioritization of them, even if it wasn't intended that way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you for that feedback as well. Okay. Yes, Vice Chair Scurlock.
Thank you so much, Chair Guadalupe Martinez Zapata. Let's say your full name. Beautiful name. It is something to think about. Sometimes in the educational system, we teach students acronyms to memorize information, and so they can make connections to words or things like that. And I noticed with the new definitions, specific words were highlighted, which I think are helpful. I was just thinking maybe we can consider or think about ways to make sure that students, as well as parents and community members, are clear on the definitions of the terms that we use, so that they're clear on what self-agency means, that they're clear on what community voice means, that they're clear on what we consider to be integrity transparency and adaptability. So something for us to think about just in case words can be perceived differently for the denotation, the dictionary meaning of a word versus the connotation, what's implied. So it's just something to consider as we engage in discussions and making sure that everyone is clear on what we mean by each of the words that we're using in our value statement or mission statement or what have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Skurlock. Any other, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I hope this isn't like too semantic, but just for like looking at I wonder if there's some words we can make like a little more proactive, like in the new mission. I'm kind of curious why we switched from just provides, like the state board provides equitable policies to works on providing, because I think if we're working on provide, I guess kind of like Director Russell was saying, there's this a bit more, to me at least, a sense of proactiveness and like just providing directly. And also kind of small note on vision, just honoring its increasingly diverse student body. I think personally, I feel like we don't necessarily need increasingly because it's already an inherently diverse student body, and regardless of whether that diversity is increasing or decreasing, that diversity will always be there and always be something that we should be honoring. So that's just, sorry, it was like two specific words, but that is something that I just came to my mind.
On the mission statement, you're suggesting providing,
or just provides.
Provides, okay. So I got that one. And then the second comment was regarding
vision.
Clarify that again, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just in the vision statement.
Oh, in the vision, thank you. Increasingly diverse student body, okay. Okay, duly noted. I think the student body is increasingly diverse. It already is. I acknowledge that. We'll come back and look at that as well. Thank you for the comment on that one is also important and provides. Okay, all right. Any other comments or questions? All right, Corey.
So thank you, Chair. Just a note, folks, and we've already touched on this a little bit, although this conversation might feel familiar, this is the first time that this specific language is coming before you all, and we know that that's a lot in a short amount of time. And so we intentionally frame this as a first reading with not an ask for action today, to provide some space for folks to digest and for us to consider the discussion that we have today. So I appreciate that. And, I look forward to incorporating that as well. Chair Martinez-Zapata, I will do a quick time check. So we are at 3:27. I think the last item on the agenda is the essay informational. It's probably a 30-minute item. Would you like to continue with this or make a decision on that informational before I continue?
Yes, thank you. We will be making another adjustment rather than pivoting and moving the strategic plan. What we would like to do then is to move that last informational report that we have scheduled on the docket for a presentation also to the January meeting. We understand that there's some flexibility and it's not imperative that the presentation be done today. Okay, thank you so much for your flexibility, and we look forward to seeing the team that was presenting in January. And so we can continue.
Thank you, Chair Martinez-Zapata. With that, I will transition us from part one to part two. That is updated goals and strategies. So again, during that August retreat, this board was bold and brave in naming their aspirations and the bodies of work that they would like to see flourish. So this current draft is meant to capture as much of that as possible and to configure that into actionable steps. So after reflecting on the August retreat and the discussions held there, we began by naming kind of the three buckets or bodies of work that most everything ended up falling under. In no particular order, as the student advisor Zoe mentioned earlier, although we place value on order either way, but in no particular order, that led us to these three buckets, these three goals. The first one being ensure student safety, belonging, and holistic wellness. The second being promote responsive and equitable educational environments, access, and opportunities. And the third goal being incorporate authentic and equitable student and community engagement. As we'll go over in the next few slides, the intent is for each of these goals to have strategies underneath them, as well as activities underneath those strategies, getting more and more specific. What will continue to be helpful from all of you, particularly in this discussion we're holding right now, is leadership. Confirmations and context that these are the bodies that the board would like to see move forward. I'll also pause after each of these goals to provide a bit more space for discussion. And just as I'm tracking the chat, just for the record, I want to put Vice Chair Scurlock, I'm going to read your comment out. But the mission statement, the Oregon State Board of Education works to provide, possibly the Oregon State Board of Education provides. Very much in line with the recent conversation, but just want to capture that for the record. Okay. We'll move on to the first goal. So when we thought about strategies in general, we tried to really focus on mechanisms available to the board to support, champion, or enact meaningful change. As such, you'll see similar strategy language throughout the three goals. In the final draft, our hope is to have really the specific and actionable activities attached to each of these strategies. For the first goal, the student safety, belonging, holistic wellness, one of the first strategies identified was really offering support and encouragement for the good work already being done by the department in this sphere to promote safety, belonging, and holistic wellness. The second strategy put forth involves the board using its voice and platform to highlight student success stories. And the third strategy under this particular goal includes a recognition that the board does not, well, we do not have a singular education system, as Chair Martinez-Zapata was speaking about earlier, but instead a series of systems that must work together to serve students. And so the third strategy is broadly about partnership and achieving things that no one body can do on its own. For the first goal, potential, the specific language for activities, I should say, this is something we're still working on, but we wanted to share some of the broad concepts and examples in this space. So within the realm of student safety, belonging, and holistic wellness, some potential activities involve advocating for increased coordination and alignment amongst entities that serve the health and well-being of students. This could include state agencies, for example, again, thinking of the conversations that we've heard today. Another activity could involve strengthening Division 22 standards with a particular focus on clarity, enforceability, and equity. Or a third potential activity is highlighting examples of well-rounded student success during State Board of Education meetings, again, using this space to share the things that matter. We're also working under this goal on language that incorporates some of the recommendations that the board heard from the Social Emotional Learning Phase 1 Advisory Group, this most recent September, language in support of the Student Success Advisory Groups that the department convenes, and language that addresses the importance of community voice in school safety conversations. Chair Martinez-Zapata, is there anything you would like to add on this goal or any of the activity language, this goal being student safety, belonging, holistic wellness?
No, thank you so much. No additions to the language, to the clarification. Maybe to the clarification. Let me restart and retract that. Two things. I'm guilty of engaging in some of that work already, so I'm not going to respond to comments. I'm also going to request that rather than making substantive comments, that we put them in the chat or write them down so that we can then consider them, and I can come back and individually meet with folks who have suggestions that we might need to reconsider. And then the other thing that I want to name here before we move forward is that the work that we have before us, I said this during my report, the work that we have before us looks much more robust than any of our previous strategic plans for the board. I want to assure both the board and the department that we are not creating these activities or potential priorities on our own as a board. This is collaborative work that is happening with the department. Corey has done a fantastic job of being our informational conduit and representing the strategies, the activities that the department has with regard to the priorities that we have named here. So in addition to that, I want to also reassure the department and staff, leadership and staff, that the work that we have here before us is simply naming the work that we have started, both as board priorities and as work that the department has done in response to our priorities and to the public's priorities by way of legislation or otherwise. So we really, in this strategic plan, want to make sure that there is continuity in that work that we have initiated, and that we can make sure will continue and transcend any transitions that we can foresee either in the present or in the near future. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for being willing to construct this collaboratively. Thank you, Corey.
Yeah, Chair Martinez-Zapata, I appreciate that. I might make one suggestion in that any work we do on this plan is the work of the public, and I want to be conscious of making sure that we're intentional around any public records we create. So I wouldn't actually suggest we use the chat for this because it's not something the public immediately has access to. But if you can hold on to it, I'm happy to connect and capture that and make sure that it's incorporated in a way that respects that.
Okay.
If you're okay.
That works for me. Thank you so much, Corey.
Thank you, Chair. So I will move us on to the second goal. So similar to goal one, goal two uses two primary strategies: supporting the work of the department, as Chair Martinez-Zapata named, and again, partnerships to advocate for systemic change and alignment. Potential activities and priorities for this goal: responsive and equitable educational environments, access and opportunities. This includes reviewing the board's role and hopes in the development and approval of standards and instructional materials. It includes pursuing systemic improvements for multilingual and migrant students, families, and communities. And it includes supporting the department's efforts to intentionally and sustainably align school improvement efforts. For goal two, we're also looking at language that supports our tribal history, shared history, and ethnic studies teams, language that offers partnership in addressing perhaps larger workforce issues such as teacher burnout, and language that continues to support the department's rehumanizing assessment efforts and the recommendations shared in the Senate Bill 744 report. Chair Martinez-Zapata, is there anything you'd like to add on this second broad goal?
Nope. Good. Thank you.
Okay. With that, Chair Martinez-Zapata, I will take us to our third goal. So again, goal three uses familiar strategy language, but instead focuses on authentic and equitable student and community engagement. This includes working with the Department to support protect efforts already made and working with additional partners to advance, again, system-wide efforts. Potential activities and priorities for this third goal include centering community engagement, voice, and impact in the development of items that come before the board. It includes advocating for increased student engagement and involvement in the decisions that affect them at both the local and state levels. It includes partnering with other education-focused boards, councils, and commissions to advance common interests. For this final goal, we're also looking at language that includes a review of certain state board policies and documents, such as our own docket, for example. Language that calls for more intentionality in how the board itself solicits public comment, and language that explores the costs and benefits of something like proactive translation of certain board materials like agendas or dockets into languages other than English. Chair Martinez-Zapata, once more, is there anything you'd like to add on this third goal or the bodies of work named within it?
I think if folks will recognize that this one is very robust. This goal is very robust, and it captures quite a bit of the content and some of the named priorities that we had during our work session. So we've done the best. It looks substantive. It is, because it covers quite a bit of that information that and those priorities that the board named during the retreat. And that is about it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. So just next steps language. All language shared today continues to be reviewed and refined. Again, it represents a starting place, and items may be reconfigured or shifted between goals. This really makes the most sense. Member feedback will be incorporated from today, and updates will come again before the board in January for formal consideration. The version that we aim to bring before the board in January has likely specific activity language that is achievable and not counterproductive to the larger efforts. So I just note that between now and then, there'll be additional opportunities to make sure that your feedback is taken and that the strategic plan is as strong as it can be.
Yes, I'll emphasize that the feedback and any comments that you have, we will certainly give additional thought to and see how we can refine this strategic plan to reflect a universal and wholesome production of priorities for the entire board. So at this point, if we have any more broad questions, or if there are any very specific suggestions that you feel are imperative to provide at this point in time, we still have a little bit of time to do that. Yes, Director Russell.
And thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. And I think you all have captured very well the conversation and discussions that we had. And I think I see here, but I want to make the point that, and I suspect very well that Corey has already probably zeroed in on this, that, how do I say this, that we are not making more work for the department, and that we are not, and some work maybe called for, but just that it isn't something that is going to all of a sudden appear overwhelming. Oh my God, look what the state board is laying on us. And I think as I read this, it doesn't look like that, but I want to be able to say to the director that we're not making more work for you. We're continuing what we've talked about and falling in line, I hope, with your goals and priorities and so forth for the department.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, fully agree. I think what it does do, though, what I think is helpful to the department, especially in a time where there may be transition. So we'll learn more about that over the next several months. But it creates a level of accountability, a level of awareness among all of our staff who are very engaged with the state board already, to know how much you all care about the work and the direction the department is going, and to help keep that work continuing. So I think it's great timing for a strategic plan that is at this level of clarity, and will help with the efforts that are already underway and help make sure that everybody's recognized for the work they're doing, and that work eventually ends up supporting our students and their families and our educators.
Thank you so much. And yes, I can't say this enough, and I appreciate even a more streamlined version of that, of this message. This really is a codification of the work that the department has undertaken, that speaks to the values, the mission, and the priorities of the State Board of Education. So we both highlight that work, we honor it, and we are, the intention is to codify that work and give it continuity. So thank you for that clarification, George, as well. Any other questions or comments?
believe Vice Chair Scurlock. Chair Martinez.
Yes, Vice Chair Scurlock, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Guadalupe Martinez Zapata and team. One thing, this is just something to think about with the vision statement. The old vision statement says the Oregon State Board of Education will, and then it's like kind of provide some definitives. That may be something to consider also for the new statement, because so with the definition of like vision, I think that may well, vision statement details where the organization aspires to go. And so by saying that, that may kind of make it flow better as far as this is what we will focus on. We will aim towards this. So just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scurlock. Other comments? Questions? Or points of clarification? If not, I'll reiterate the next steps. We will be incorporating member feedback. Maybe Corey may be reaching out to those of you who have given us feedback, and do please communicate with Corey if you have additional information that we may have missed in the iteration that is to come on the strategic plan. We do hope to potentially adopt the plan in January, so it'll be important for everyone to provide their feedback to Corey at your earliest convenience. And all of the commentary is valuable. Again, we are going to try to represent everything uniformly. Not every single detail may be included on here, but the representation is one of the things that we will work toward having on the strategic plan. Anything else, Corey?
Chair Martinez Zapata, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you so much. Yes, Corey is just fantastic, and I can't say enough how thankful I am for your coalescing of this work, Corey. So as we indicated earlier before, the last item on our agenda was that informational report on the opportunity for feedback on the Oregon ESSA plan minor amendment. And so we have moved that to the January meeting. We look forward to hearing back from the team that was prepared to present for us today. And so with this, we have reached the end of the agenda and look forward to seeing you again at the next meeting.
Chair, just to note that we do have one informational that has been submitted as a written only report. So that information is available to you all on board book. But beyond that, yes, we are at the end of today.
Oh, okay. So let's see, where did I miss it?
It's item 8D, but
I don't have it on my, for some reason, I don't have it on my list. But that's a thank you for clarifying that. So we do have one informational item for reading, and that is for the board to partake in the reading of that informational report. Thank you for that clarification. And then now we can adjourn. We will see you all again on January 19th for our next meeting. Have a good afternoon.